Okay, and hello all newcomers. Welcome back, my fellow Eternians. As always, it's me, Emperor AP. And before we begin, I do want to just recognize somebody that's here. Fake name, it is great to see you. Thank you so much for liking the stream and watching. As we try to push closer and closer to 4,000 watch time hours, we're constantly battling, the days that go by versus the amount of watch time we get. Right now, we're just barely over 3,300 watch time hours, and that's 3,300 watch hours per year. We're trying to get to 4,000 per year. So the higher that we get in that number, the harder it is to keep our watch time hours up. So thank you for joining us. Every second you are part of this stream is a second that goes toward our watch time hours. So it means a lot. You're helping us to keep going, to hopefully get monetization. I see we have two people in. Today we were talking about some big problems that have been happening in the world. So before we get into that, I am trying to set up a Twitter space as well. If any of you are on Twitter, if you're micronations, if you're just another person who's listening to the stream, watching the stream, and wanting to become a part of our Twitter space, definitely join in. We are going to be sending out an invite to a lot of people just to see if they want to come and talk to us, see if they want to share in some of our conversation, and try to understand what's been going on. There has been a lot of controversy going on in the world within the last week, especially. There are three main topics that I want to talk about. One of which, of course, is the war in Ukraine that's been going on for quite a while now. We've covered it before, but I want to cover some updates on it. The second one is an issue in Sri Lanka, which has to do with running out of oil. This is something that's happening in Sri Lanka, but we're seeing all over the world, again, tying back into the war with Ukraine and many countries blocking imports of Russian oil, but as well, this coming as a larger problem in general with oil not being a renewable resource and with climate change mounting. So we have that as a huge issue, and Sri Lanka is one of the first indicators of major world shifts happening because of the world in general running out of petrol, running out of oil and natural gas, and we're going to talk about that. And then third and finally, we want to talk about a rise in hate crimes in the U.S. As economic tensions get harder and harder in all countries around the world, but especially in the United States, one of the most prominent and wealthy countries in the world, we are seeing issues rise, and one of the side effects of that has been a large, sharp increase in the number of hate crimes that have been occurring in the U.S. And so we're going to talk about how that links to issues with climate change, economic issues, and everything else that we want to talk about tonight. So thank you all for joining. This is, of course, an interesting time to be a micronationalist, because as the Empire of Aeternia is constantly trying to upgrade and improve its ability to combat climate change and to provide reliable, consistent support for our people, as far as renewable energy, as far as independent off-grid power. This is something that we are noticing is happening a lot around the world. I just started the Twitter space, so everybody who's jumping in, thank you so much for hanging out with us as well. I see we have 3 viewers. If we can get that like ratio up to 3, it would mean a lot, just so that we get more people jumping in the stream. It advertises it more. YouTube will tell more people about the stream, the more it's liked. Reptile Keeper says, "Hi AP, long time no see, it's me, Greenistan." Good to see you, Greenistan. I saw you by Reptile Keepers. I appreciate you joining us. Tonight we're talking about some pretty serious stuff. If you want to talk to us and actually have your voice heard live on stream, you can join us. We're doing a Twitter space right now. If you're on Twitter, you can join and talk very similarly to a podcast. So we are broadcasting live both from a YouTube stream and from Twitter spaces. While we do that, I am going to go ahead and advertise our stream, so I'm going to go ahead and throw that onto our Discord. But I want to start with our first topic tonight, which is the war in Ukraine. Like I said, if you haven't seen our previous live streams talking about the war in Ukraine, we have actually done quite a bit to cover that topic and its many, many facets. This is something that, of course, is very, very hard to cover. Of course, it's something that is constantly changing, constantly ongoing. But we are seeing some updates in particular right now. One of the biggest ones is that Mariupol, Mariupol, I'm not sure of the proper pronunciation, but that town in Ukraine, that city in Ukraine, is actually falling today. signifying its last stronghold in the city, giving out and relinquishing their weapons to Russian forces. This is incredibly sad. It for the longest time has been one of the strongest positions of Ukrainian support, and has been something in the Donbass region and around the Donbass region that has been able to withstand Russia's just throwing everything they possibly have at it. It has been, one of the shining beacons of support and of Western combat against this continual kind of oppressive intrusion that Russia has created in that region. So it's really sad to see this ultimately falling. I think a lot of people, a lot of experts in this field knew that that would happen at some point. And of course, this is what we're seeing today, but nonetheless, it is still sad to watch. However, most experts believed that this would have happened a long, long time ago. So it does signify some positives where the sacrifices of the people of that region, of the people of Mariupol, have been able to significantly weaken Russian forces, have been able to significantly draw out the war much, much longer than Russia expected. And so they are able to save a lot of people down the line when it comes to weakening Russia's economy, making it harder for Russia to continue this war against their people. So that should be recognized in its own merit, but that is something that we want to discuss just as a large event that is occurring in the history of the Ukrainian-Russian war here, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Um, uh, Fake Name's jumping in with some interesting comments. Fake Name says, I don't think hate crimes are diseases, rather than the lethal symptom. Agreed. So I think this is something that is a big issue. This is something that we're going to talk about further in the stream. I wanted to kind of link Russia and the issues there to economic and issues with oil, and then getting to how all of that ends up with symptoms like we see in the U.S. with these hate crimes, but that can be saved for a little bit later. I do think you're right, though, Fake Name. Hate crimes are incredibly awful situations that happen, incredibly awful attacks on one's own people, on citizens fighting other citizens simply because of differences in race, differences in cultural history and background, and it's horrific to see. It is truly sad to see. The thing that I think is important to focus on, though, is what the setting for those hate crimes is. When in history those are occurring, what other events are occurring around that, to see why particularly spikes in hate crimes may be occurring. Now, any one hate crime and why anyone decides to do that and decides to become a maniac and attack their own fellow citizens, I don't think anybody can really speak to, but for those individual incidents. But when we see large numbers of them occurring in very short periods of time, like we're seeing right now in the U.S., it's to be noted why that might be occurring as a larger symptom of another issue. And I think that ultimately comes back to poverty in the U.S. I think that ultimately comes back to economic and social hardships in the U.S. I think that comes to um, people feeling, less supported by their government, feeling that they have less places to turn. And instead of trying to build their communities in better places, there are some people out there who go to resort to violence, who go to resort to conspiracy theories and racism and hate to vent their anger. And I think it absolutely drives people insane. Not to say that those people may not have, in better situations, still gone out and committed hate crimes. I mean, these people, to be able to do this to their fellow human beings, and especially to target people based on race, is absolutely horrific. These people have something that's wrong with them, probably on a clinical level. But on top of that, to see this happening again and again and again means that there's some breeding ground for it going on. There's some, consistent issue that's occurring with the larger U.S. and why this is happening right now. And I want to continue to talk about that. But Fake Name says Russia has to withdraw their forces from Kiev to take the city. Yep, it is a whole thing. Reptile says, hey AP, what's your Twitter name? I'm making an account now. Hey, thank you so much. So we are the Empire of Aeternia on Twitter. I think it's at Eternian Empire. If you tell me your Twitter handle. I can go ahead and add you to the space so that you can jump in and talk with us. Thank you very much, Reptile. It means a lot. And again, if you can please keep watching the streams as you do talk to us on the Twitter space, it would mean a lot. Like I told everybody at the beginning of the stream, we're actively trying to. Uh, Reptile says I'm in the chat as Micronation Union. Let me see. Oh, one thing that's important. In order to join the Twitter space, you will actually have to join on mobile in the app. Very specific in order to be able to speak. So right now, I don't see that anybody has actually joined the space, even if just simply because for some reason Twitter hasn't updated it to allow PCs to join into Twitter Spaces. I actually had to get an app on my computer to allow me to both run Twitter, basically like I'm on the phone on Twitter, as well as to run the live stream through my phone. So if you're not specifically on the mobile app for Twitter, I won't be able to see you on there. And I'm sorry for that to be an additional issue. Fake News says, can you give your tag in Discord? Sure. Also, Benjamin Burrows jumped in. It's good to see you, Benjamin. I hope you're doing well tonight. Again, I think we are seeing, even though, like I said, the Empire of Aeternia is trying to have a fairly bright last few days with us, again, working on our solar system, working on our solar power system, our off-grid system, working on Eternia's first territory, the Tay, trying to get you guys the first longer edited video out about that. We have been having this large and consistent glooming issue just of world events that have been swirling around, and part of that has inspired me to continue to push for micronationalism and for Eternia and its development. But part of that has just gotten me worried and made me want to speak out about some of the things that we're seeing. Um, Reptile says back end sucks though that I can't be seen. I'm sorry about that. Again, if you are on mobile specifically, on the mobile Twitter app, you will be able to be seen. But other than that, I'm sorry. I wish I could help you. There's the app that I have called BlueStacks that you could download, which will allow you to effectively create like a Twitter mobile app proxy on your computer that could allow you to do that. But again, it's kind of annoying. I understand. Um, the the larger issues that we are having at play, though. Hold up. First off, fake name says, "Wait, I worded that badly. Can you give your Discord tag here?" Oh, okay. Sure. So I believe Emperor AP on Discord. Um, but the easiest way to connect to us is actually to join our Discord server. Our Discord server is something that we have linked in multiple other videos. I can see if I can't drop a link in this. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, let me see if I can share the server with you. But as we continue talking, I want to point out some of the larger issues that we're seeing in the world. Again, Russia and Mariupol and the issues that are going on there. In continuation of that, again, a lot of countries, because of the war in Ukraine, have been severing ties with Russia as far as oil and natural gas. Russia, just because of the economic situation, limited in how much oil and natural gas it can produce and that it can send out. All world economies effectively are being running into issues because of this. One of the largest ones seen directly in that is Sri Lanka. Right now, Sri Lanka is having incredible issues. Very small country, but still major populations. Millions and millions of people there in Sri Lanka, and are having the issue that they are running out of oil and natural gas, such that they have, as of 3 days ago, the article came out about it that I was reading, they had a single day left of oil, of petroleum that they are trying to ration. and make work. Their reserves are at the bottom of the barrel, the absolute minimum that they possibly have. And so this is a really scary situation for the people in Sri Lanka. And it's a thing that is not only going to be happening in Sri Lanka, but all over the world. Sri Lanka is currently asking for, I think it's like a $400 million bailout or something like that, just to be able to make it through like another few weeks, to be able to like barely siphon out and ration out their resources, not even for their people to drive to work and stuff, just for them to be able to get imports of necessities like medical equipment and supplies and like food. These are incredibly stressful times for the people of Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka, compared to the U.S., is a fairly poor country. So seeing that happen in those areas of the world will trickle up the food chain and will get to the United States. And this is something that, and we'll get to other Western countries, we'll get to other major powers in the world like China, like Russia, which is already dealing with its own economic hardships because of the war that they're in, and the invasion that they started. This is something that is affecting the entire world as we continue to fight each other, as we continue to ignore climate change, as we continue to push each other further and further to the breaking point. We're hitting it, and we're hitting it fast. So I think there's a lot that the micronational community can do to stand up and speak out about that. First off, again, just like these streams where we're coming out and saying this is okay, we see this situation, we know what's happening, and we feel for everybody who is involved. We have to go out there and make specific changes to try and start affecting the way that we live as individuals. Of course, we are far too late to be able to just completely reverse the effects of climate change. There are things that are happening actively that are pushing us to the brink, as we can see, but we can still protect ourselves and minimize some of the fallout from that, in that we can create more sustainable living situations for ourselves locally. And with enough local action, we can create large-scale change. But we have to do it very, very quickly. That's why the Empire of Aeternia right now is actively investing, maybe not monetarily, but in its time and efforts in trying to create an off-grid solar power system. This is something that has been very difficult for us, but something that is very, very necessary. Also, Rich, thank you so much for joining us. Rich says he's in the stream. It's good to see you. If you can, everybody, please like the stream so that we can broadcast it out to more people, so more people know that we are streaming, and so that we can talk to more people, have more conversations here. Again, this is something that's very scary, and that I think a lot of micronations don't have the resources necessarily to combat directly, but is something that we can all take part in and continue to push forward. As we, hold up, let me make sure that I do that, like I said I would a moment ago, to give the Discord link for Fake Name as well. Thank you very much. I see we are up to 5 likes and 5 viewers. That means a lot. You guys, again, supporting the stream. Every single second that you support the stream helps us to combat the 4,000 watch time hours per year that we have to have in order to hit monetization. Right now, our numbers are just barely over 3,300, and as we get closer and closer to 4,000, we get hit harder and harder with all of our watch time hours that are falling off because they've hit over the year mark. So as we continue on, it is not only imperative that we talk about these important issues like we do, but that we continue to join together as a community so that we can hit that 4,000 watch time hours. And so it makes it a little bit easier for us to continue to be here and to be an active presence in the community to be able to support what you all are doing. Again, this, it's definitely not easy. To say, hey, there are these major problems in the world, and we're not going to be able to fix them right away, and we're not going to be able to do a ton about the damage that it's going to cause. But there are some things that we can do, even as the micronational community, even as small-scale groups. I think a lot of the time we really shortchange ourselves and say, oh, well, I'm just a micronation of 10 people, or I'm just this and that, and there's a limit to what I can do, so really I should just ignore it and focus on other things. I think that's the opposite of what we should be doing. As a micronational community, we should be making noise. We should be trying to scream out and say the things that we're seeing, the damage that we're seeing happen because of these wars, because of the ignoring of climate change, are all things that are coming to affect us directly. And I'm certainly not happy about it. I know that it's causing continual issues for the Empire of Aeternia, and I can say that that is something that is going to continue to affect the rest of our micronational friends as well. Um, it's not just something that uh, let me go ahead and make this link infinite. It's not just something that we can continue to ignore, like our macronational brothers and sisters. This is something that we have to continue to push on every single day. And so, like I said, there are a few things that we're trying to do as our community to be able to let you all know. As well, I just dropped the link to the Discord in the chat. And I'm going to go through and read everybody else's comments here. Washingtonia, it's good to see you. Again, fake name. I'm gonna read your comments in a second. Rich, I'm gonna read your comment in just a second as well. We have 6 viewers, 5 likes. Thank you guys for being here, and if you enjoy hanging out with us, please like the stream because it helps us. It allows us to get that further reach. Just a moment ago, we got more people in because we had the stream being shared, I think, and advertised a little bit more. So that all being the case, it's a huge, huge issue for us to be able to try and figure out a balance of how we can uh, continue to make these videos and continue to shout out these problems and address this while also taking time to spend as much energy as we can on fighting them internally in our community. The place where we decided was most important to do that is actually in designing and developing our own off-grid system because we have the ability to now. But that's not something that's practical for all micronations. As we continue to grow and as we can hopefully pursue this as an economic industry for us, there may be some opportunity for us to start to assist other micronations in that, make it reasonable and affordable, and come and set that up as an investment on our part. But the larger additional problem that creates is, how do we continue to get the resources to do that? How do we continue to bring everybody together in order to continue to talk about this more and more consistently? And I think it requires some larger infrastructure for our community, something that is difficult because very few, if any, micronations have any continual funding. So in the future, we are of course going to be talking more and more about the economics of micronations and why that's so vital to this pivotal point we're in micronational history. But as well, we are going to be tying that in constantly to the macronational issues that are happening. Real quick, I want to keep talking and commenting on everybody's stuff they're saying. Reptile says, I'm going to try and talk through mic. Probably not going to work, but if it does, my voice sounds high. So as of right now, I would have to let you in. And right now, it says that there's 0 speakers, 0 listeners in the Twitter space. So if you're listening to it, I definitely appreciate it. It means a lot. But I think in order for me to actually allow you to become a speaker, you have to be on the mobile app. Benjamin says, I have a question for you. Do you form an LLC or 501c3 for making money for your micronation? That's a question. That's a great question, actually. So I'm not too familiar with the differences. I know there's 501c3. I think that's either, is that L or S corp? I know there's like S corp, C, not L corp, S corp, C corps, LLCs. There's like privately owned business as far as just individually owned businesses, which don't fall under any of those categories. Uh, for us, we chose an LLC. We chose an LLC because, again, it provides some limit to the liability that we have. It allows us to be more open and more direct about running the businesses that we're running, about that we are trying to make profit in these businesses, allows us to start to look at hiring people and setting up the opportunities that we will have in the future as we continue to gain capital and gain financing and investment, hopefully. But that's not for every micronation. That still does come with some risk on our part. That does make us announcing that, these Aeternian industries are very specifically for profit. We are trying to make money off of these to better our family and to increase our ability to provide for our community. And we want to be able to do with that money what we wish. I know I think 501c3s, as well as for, S corps, C corps. There are more restrictions as to what you can do with the money that you have. You have to have a board of directors, I think, in a lot of cases. There are certainly benefits to having those more public, more group-controlled companies. However, they do pose the issue that you have a limitation on what you can do. And I think that may be a great video for the future to tie in, how you should connect the economics of your nation as far as how you are presenting yourself publicly and legally with the type of um, you know way you incorporate your businesses and the type of government that you're formed. So us being a monarchy, it fits well for us to have an LLC because again, we can be very public and very open and have limited liability while still saying, I am the ultimate decider of what happens with all of the money here. I am ultimately going to be trying to set up the accounts and the separate entities that are run and activated because of our LLCs. So that's a great question. We will talk about that more in another stream. I do want to make sure that we continue to talk about the topic at hand. And we had Micronational Union just join in. I appreciate it. I will go ahead and send them an invite to speak so that they can join in with us. Good to see you, Green Stan. Let's see. I'm going to turn this up so that when and if they join, they can be heard. While we continue to go on, again, Washingtonia, good to see you. Reptile Keepers said, oh, that's crazy. They're running out AP. Yes, absolutely. Rich says, so basically I heard from The Hill, a U.S. publication, that Russia has blocked over 22 million tons of food exports from Ukraine. Yes, it's becoming a real issue. And that's economics that are affecting the entire world. It's not just stopping at Ukraine. It's not just stopping at, one place or the other. We see this again in Sri Lanka. We see this in the United States. We see this in China. We see this in Africa. We see this in every single part of the world. We see this on Australia, New Zealand. These are all places that if you Google, just recent articles on these things, you will find lots of little individual details that are saying this community is getting hard hit because there's a lack of, there's a demand for this particular item, or shipping routes are having issues because of these particular things. Or, for example, in the United States, gas prices, petroleum prices, everywhere in the world are going up. But in the U.S., one of the big issues with that is that the U.S. is fundamentally tied to trucking and to, long haul, 18-wheeler driven transportation industry. And so even though, shipping routes are having issues because of petroleum, even though train transit issues are having issues because of petroleum, and all of those definitely shut down world industry, the trucking industry is directly tied to, especially in the U.S. with, all of the highway system that we have here, is directly tied to the trucking industry. And so all food exports, all medical, all food imports and exports, all medical imports and exports, everything, even other, oil, petroleum-based imports and exports are based, the cost of those items, which is, factored into the cost of that shipment, the shipment price of that item, is specifically tied to how much it costs for them to be able to fill up their trucks and drive them across the country. And in many places, that's starting to become questionable. How much do these companies have to raise the price of their transportation in order to get a truckload of food or a truckload of produce, medical supplies, whatever it is, to a store, to a regional area? And this is a huge problem that a lot of people are starting to see. That's starting to affect, the price of everything. That's starting to have backlashes and chain effects in ways that I don't think everybody necessarily anticipated. This is happening at a very rapid rate too. It's not something that's happening, a little bit right now and then is going to continue to be affected maybe in 10 months or whatever, and then another 10 months. No, this is happening on a daily basis where we see very slowly after, next week or the week after, you're going to see gas prices rise a little bit, which means you're going to see the price of food. When you go to buy a box of cereal, look at it this week and then look at it in 2 weeks and see if the price is increased. It may just be by a cent or two, but when everything that you're purchasing is increasing by 5 cents, let's say, it starts to add up very quickly. And then when every week or every 2 weeks it keeps going up by 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, eventually it's going to be to the point where you're wondering, hey, how did we get to this situation where my normal food budget, my normal um, my normal paycheck used to cover me to pay my rent, to get all my food, to pay for my gas, and now it's barely doing it. It's coming real close. And I think there are more and more people who are having that issue. So again, just real quick to tie back to the rest of the economic situation that means, it has an effect on the rest of the economy. If people can't drive their cars, they can't get to work as easily, especially here in the U.S. where the motor vehicle industry is so huge, dominating all of our transportation of goods and resources, mostly dealing with trucking, as well as individual commuters trying to get back and forth to work in every industry. I think that's going to place more and more companies relying on automation as well as on work-at-home programs to make as much of their companies run off-site as possible, which has some downsides to it, which has some difficulty to it, and may have effects on the wages that people are getting as well. So these effects, these wars, these things that we're seeing that are happening overseas in different countries that you may not feel like affects your family directly right now is starting to build into that. And I certainly don't mean to scare anybody by this. I think, especially for the short term, people are going to be okay. People are resilient, but it will have an effect. There are strains and stresses that come with that. And so when you look at things like, mass shootings and racist attacks and stuff that are starting to have, a large increase all of a sudden in places like the U.S., you wonder, well, why is this happening? Why are people going crazy all of a sudden? Why didn't these people do this, months ago or last year or whatever? And certainly these people may have done these attacks regardless. They just have hate in their heart. But adding the compounding stress of financial and economic difficulties across the U.S. may be radicalizing people as well. And this happening all over the world, not just in the U.S. But when people get financially desperate, when people get, added stress put on them, they are more receptive to conspiracy theories, to hate speech, to being radicalized. And so somebody who may not have listened to racist hate fear mongering in the past may slowly start getting into that niche and may slowly. Hey everybody, sorry about that. The Wi-Fi just cut out. But I was just saying, so you have these people who are getting radicalized because they're under more stress, they're feeling more angry, and they want somewhere to place all this anger and this hate that they feel because they're so frustrated because they can't pay for stuff anymore, and and their wife just left them because their spouse just left them because they couldn't afford things anymore. All of these things eventually can, I think, create a mass kind of effect on people's consciousness that allows for more fringe radicalization to increase as a percentage. So then all of a sudden, you start to see these spikes in certain times of economic hardships, of increased racism, of increased, violent hate speech and hate crimes that are occurring. And in particular in the U.S., because so many people have access to large firearms, a lot of the time the way that comes out is in shootings. On the flip side, if you look at violent attacks in Britain, there are still plenty of deadly violent attacks. A lot of them come as either bombings, or in Europe in general, a lot of them come as either bombings, where people are planning for months and months and months to do a big bombing, which of course happens in the US as well, or knife attacks, because people don't have as easy access to firearms. They'll just go into a community and start stabbing people, which is also a horrific crime in and of itself. But when we look at the mass violence and death that's occurring, it's a symptom, not in and of itself, that you can't say somebody did a hate crime because directly just because they were in a time of financial hardship. But you can see that that radicalization could be built up over long term. It's more likely that someone become radicalized, especially if they are dealing with a lot of stress in their life and are, susceptible to being radicalized in the first place. So there are all of these different chain events that keep occurring and occurring and occurring when we're talking about what kind of effect economics are having because of these wars, because of these, because of the pandemic that we had and are continuing to deal with in a lot of places around the world. Um, this is something that is a chain event that keeps happening. The more economic hardship there is, the harder it is to get weapons and food and medical supplies around the world, which means it's harder for countries to fight the pandemic. It's harder for these wars to come to a more swift end. It's harder for people to build the necessary infrastructure required to fight climate change. And so it continues to happen on and on again in this cyclical fashion as economies keep getting hit harder and harder and harder. And so we have to find solutions. And I think solutions need to be implemented on a worldwide scale, on a national level, on a state level. But some of them are just going to have to be implemented by you and I, by people on a local level, by communities like micronations, which are well equipped for that. People who are trying to start small scale groups to make large scale change. And it's hard. We need people with good ideas, of course. We need people who are going to put the pedal to the metal and try to build something. And we have to figure out how to do that together. We need to work and continue this conversation as much as possible, every day if we can, to continue to show support for each other and continue to push people to make small changes every single day. We have 8 viewers right now, 7 likes. I appreciate you guys liking the video and trying to spread this message out, because as a community, we need to get this message out. We need to be out there with the blowhorns. To some extent, micronationalism is about independence and about becoming more self-reliant and becoming more economically free, but it is also activism. It is about saying we're trying to do all of these things because we feel like we can't get it in the normal societies that we're in. We feel like there's a disconnect between what we want and what we need on this level versus what's occurring on the national level or on the worldwide level. And so it is a tough conversation to have, to say, hey, we're on this small scale and we have to push ourselves. But especially when a lot of the time that's where people are getting hit the hardest. But nonetheless, that's the conversation that we have to have. It's not a pull yourself up by your bootstraps sort of thing. I think that's ridiculous. But it is about trying to figure out what is necessary to do something that relieves that stress just a little bit on our local communities. So again, that's what we're trying to do with having these live streams, talking about these issues, trying to raise awareness for them and just be another beacon for people's hardships and for the issues that we're dealing with worldwide. But on top of that, we are trying to desperately use this time to learn about your different communities and what you're going through, and to express that we are trying to make that change on a daily level. If you haven't seen our previous video that we just dropped, we made an edited video about our solar power system that we are developing. We took a whole bunch of little small solar panels, strung them together, made a 12-volt solar panel that we have been working with to charge some batteries. In fact, we have another large actual manufacturer-built solar panel that was given to us that we've been using to charge lead-acid car batteries. Right now we have 3 lead-acid car batteries and 1 lead-acid lawnmower battery that are at full charge, that are ready to be used as energy storage for our solar system, for our DIY self-built solar system. And this is something that can be used off-grid. This is something that can be used on our newest territory, Vitae, and something that we plan to continue to grow and to establish. We have, I think, another 3 or 4 of these, one of these large car batteries and 3 smaller of the lawnmower batteries that are all lead acid, that are all 12 volt, that we're going to be able to string together to add additional time, additional watt hours that we will have available to us in that system. So we are trying to actively make changes and actively put our money where our mouth is, so to speak, in trying to improve that. And we don't have any money really to spend on this. These are all things and resources that we have gathered 100% for free. Going to people, talking to them, saying, hey, do you have these different items? Hey, I see you have something there in your yard. Can we scoop that up? A lot of it's been wonderfully donated by Tiffany's family. Just things that are literally laying out in the yard. The solar panel that we built was based off of little LED powered lawn lights that are run from solar panels that we took apart because their batteries had died and strung together into a solar panel. We have a few more of those. The solar panels that are on them look like this, and we're actively taking these apart to be able to use the solar panels in them and string together more 12-volt solar panels to charge those lead acid batteries. We're doing this, and we're doing it right now because it's necessary. It's necessary to give us some kind of additional foothold that doesn't cost us more money paying to the grid, that doesn't force us to be in a condition where we have to just outright pay for all of these resources to try and ease some of this stress. We can, show visible gains that we are achieving in our own power generation for free, for using the natural sunlight that is given to us, and by collecting items that people can no longer use, that we can repurpose for our own benefit. And it's exciting. It's exciting to see, because even though this is small, and even though this would be used in most cases for emergency power, it's not a ton of power. This could run, small LED lights for several days or a week at this point, with just these three or four lead acid batteries hooked up to a solar panel. We can have a significant amount of regular use out of this. And as we continue to get more and more solar panels, we will start to have it more and more consistent, not just used for emergency power, but used for powering more and more things for everyday use. And that's what's exciting about this. We are on the precipice of having more and more independence in that case. Real quick, I want to jump into comments. I see we have 8 viewers, 8 likes. Thank you so much for liking and supporting the stream. Hey, 9 viewers, 9 likes. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. You guys are helping to blow this up and keep the conversation going. Again, as I said earlier, we are trying to hit 4,000 watch time hours a year. That's what is required for YouTube for monetization. So right now we don't make any money off of these YouTube videos that we're doing. We're just doing them to raise awareness. But every single day we have to make, I think, 10 plus, like basically 11 watch time hours every single day, just to be able to keep up with trying to hit that 4,000 watch time hour mark. So even if we can't live stream every day, if we don't get over 11 hours of watch time, our watch time meter goes down. Right now we're at 3,300, just a little bit over that. So you guys watching, 9 viewers, 9 likes. If we stay here for an hour, that's 9 watch time hours. If we stay for 2 or 3, that's 18, that's 24. We're getting to larger and larger, 27, not 24. We are getting to larger and larger amounts of watch time that help us to be able to take a day off, to be able to put toward the other things that we're doing off camera to try and build Aeternia. So the more that you guys can help to share this video, the more that we have people in the conversation who are telling us what's happening in their community, and the more that we can reach out and say, hey, we're getting closer and closer to be able to earning a little bit of money that we can put back into this. So thank you all for being here and supporting us tonight and every night like you do. If there's anybody that you know who needs to hear this message, please get them on board. Please talk to them about micronationalism and about what we're doing. Fake Name says, well, we have to consider historic geographic biodiversity, as natural oil reserves might be very different in Sri Lanka. Agreed. I'm not saying Sri Lanka has a lot of oil. But what I'm saying is we live in a globalized society where Sri Lanka has been able to import a lot of their oil previously, and now that oil prices are shooting up, they have no more money. They're saying, hey, we can't afford the oil anymore. It got expensive all over the world, and the places that we did import from are now so expensive that we're just having to tell people we don't have any more oil. Countries have a relatively easy time printing more money and getting trade deals, even if they are in debt. But to have an entire country of people say, we're running out, we're not going to be able to get people medical supplies to keep them alive, We're not going to be able to get our entire country food imports and things like that, the absolute bare necessities to keep their society together. That's when it gets scary. Sri Lanka is a poorer country compared to the US, but they are in no means a dysfunctional country. They are a large world trade partner, and they're falling apart because they do not have the ability to pay for oil anymore. Because in the next few days or a week, they may be faced in a situation if they don't get some help and aid from other countries, which are already stressed out themselves, they may get into larger scale collapses of their infrastructure, of their medical system, of being able to support their country at all. And when that happens, then all of those Sri Lankan exports are tanking, which means that the next country is going to have the same issue where they say, hey, now we're out of all those imports that we were buying from Sri Lanka, which may be part of our process to export finished products. A lot of countries like Sri Lanka send raw materials and raw goods, or potentially things like electronic components that can be assembled in large factories for very cheap, to be able to be sent to other countries. So you may see the price of an iPhone or something like that skyrocket 30-40% next year because Sri Lanka is having major economic difficulties. You may see some of your favorite items in the supermarket have huge price tag bumps because Sri Lanka is just going into turmoil because they can't afford to buy oil to keep their society together. Like it's bad. You know, Sri Lanka at this point isn't just saying like, hey, we hit kind of a snag, like, you know, it's not too big a deal. They're saying like we're hitting the like panic button, emergency. And this is what's scary about it. We've been talking this entire stream about the concept that each of these historical events that are happening right now, each of these world events that are causing such big problems in the rest of the world economy are chain events. They keep having effects everywhere. They keep piling onto each other. And so when we see a country like Sri Lanka basically starting to call oil bankruptcy, they're like, we're running out. We're out of oil. We need actual intervention from other countries to give us money just so we can afford more oil. That's going to have a huge backlash on the world economy. And that's going to make everybody else's economy even more stressed. So there's going to be more countries that end up that same situation. I think a lot of the time people feel like, large scale, economic hardships and, things like the Great Depression and stuff that we dealt with in the US, they come about, because of this all of a sudden big sweeping thing that happens. A lot of the time they happen right under people's noses. That's the thing that's scary about it, is that economic difficulties in the world, extreme poverty, continual war, continual famine happen, wide-scale pandemics happen because of slow changes in society over years that eventually lead to the point where people panic because they realize that we don't have enough resources to combat them because we didn't start combating them at the root. It's now this large problem that's out of control that nobody can really help because the root causes weren't tackled to begin with. And this is one of those root causes. Sri Lanka and the war in Ukraine and the hate crimes happening in the US, all of these things are things that are symptoms of a larger economic issue that we already have the roots growing out from and expanding. But these themselves are now becoming new roots of economic hardship for people. These are now becoming warning signs of a greater danger to come, and we're going, oh, I don't really know if we can help that much. That sucks. I'm sorry for those Sri Lankans over there, but I don't know what it has to do with us. We're gonna find out, I think, pretty quickly what it does. Washingtonia says, we love it, dude. Hey, thank you so much, Washingtonia. It always means a lot to have your support, and we appreciate you for being a part of the micronational community and trying to spread awareness about what we're talking about. Benjamin says, our micronation is 5 people, and that's something that's important. 5 people all believing in an idea, all having some active desire to push something forward is a lot stronger than 30 people or 100 people or 200 people who are just kind of passive about it, who may support something, may watch something, but aren't going to actually take a day out of their time to work on a project, to build something. If you have 5 people who are dedicated to what you're doing, you have some power there. You have some ability to make small scale change in your area. And if you want to discuss the possibilities for doing that, and if you want to try and learn some ways to do that, I suggest one, watching our previous videos about it, but also just reach out. Again, I'm on Discord. I am happy to help and to talk about some of these things. Reptile says, AP, I myself have seen how climate change is affecting my small micronation of 1.5 acres. This year my pond has dropped 4 feet. By now we should have gotten some rain, but we have had none. Absolutely. And weather patterns and things like that can of course be affected by climate change. There's a spider right now falling in front of the camera. I'm sorry, everybody. This is gonna be violent, but I'm not trying to. I'm nervous about him. Yeah, sorry. Um, so, 10 viewers. I appreciate you guys. That's the big thing, right? Those things that we're watching occurring, and those ways that our local communities are getting affected. You say, hey, our pond dropped by 4 inches this year. That's concerning because let's say you decided you were going to raise fish and sell fish. That would limit the population that you were able to do in having your fish. If it's one of the hottest summers on record because of climate change, and you say, hey, now last year we were able to hold a capacity of 200 or 300 fish, and this year we're only able to hold a capacity of 150. That affects your local economy. That affects how much your micronation can produce. That affects all of the people who would have been supported by that. So even though you may not have been doing that, that's a clear indicator that there is something going wrong. Absolutely. Iron says, and it devalues your land because it devalues the amount that you can actually. It reduces the amount that you can produce on it. Iron says, I just watched a movie where someone tries to take over Molossia. Kikassia, yes, absolutely. That is a very famous micronational movie in the community. So yeah, I'm glad you found that little diamond in the rough. Reptile says, I'm on my phone now. Hold on, AP. I don't know if I will speak. If that's all right, just let me know if you want to. You certainly have the ability. I sent you the ability. Fake Name says, if we ever hope to phase out oil and coal, we must fully embrace nuclear. I definitely agree embracing nuclear is important, but at the same time, we have a lot of other alternatives that are actively being built, that are cheap, that are reasonable, and that we still aren't investing enough money into. Solar works well. We're actively developing something on a small scale that works for us in solar. If you created subsidies for solar, there are so many houses and so many communities that could be benefited by that. In fact, John Oliver with Last Week Tonight just came out with an entire episode talking about the concept that in the U.S. especially, local power companies have so much control and authority over regulations that they can deny people using solar or charge them for using solar energy. They can make it to where they are complete monopolies and you don't have a choice in how much you pay for the energy that they generate. So these types of policies, these types of economic situations can absolutely cripple communities and only allow those which have that control to benefit from it. It's not that it's not possible to have these other systems in place. It's not that nuclear is the only answer. There are certainly plenty of things like nuclear, like solar, like wind, like hydropower that can all be implemented in different places that they would naturally be effective. It's that our policies have not caught up to that, and we do not feel it a big enough emergency to make those changes at the expense of profits for some of these companies. Reptile Keeper says, fake name, I've been trying to tell people that for years. They bring it up maybe one, maybe two events every time. Reptile says, out of what 500? What 100 or 1,000? I'm curious as to what you're saying. Fake name says out of 3. Washingtonia says, my idea was to go back to horse-drawn vehicles. That's understandable, but for our modern infrastructure and the amount of people that are literally just existing on the planet, that would have huge economic issues as well. We talked about how the United States is built and designed around a large-scale trucking industry. If you had to do all of that by horse-drawn routes, your package would take what would normally take an afternoon or several hours to deliver may take weeks and weeks to deliver. So that would absolutely throw the world economy into chaos. That definitely works for certain local small businesses, and I think you could definitely implement that for Washingtonia, yeah, for Washingtonia. But that is not practical on a large scale. Fake Meme says Washingtonia Hostron care vehicles are not viable in the modern day. Agreed. Reptile says Washingtonia best idea ever. We gotta start making more horses to brace the market for the return of the horses. I disagree. I think we just need to um, fix the energy crisis issues that we're having instead of just piddling around on them. Fake Meme says maybe we turn to nuclear and embrace electric. Agreed. We just need to have renewable sources for that electricity, like nuclear, but more practically and more simply, like solar, like wind. The largest nuclear power plant that we could possibly build is already the sun. It hits us, with so much radiation all the time that solar is 100% perfectly viable right now today to solve all of the world's energy problems if we only implemented it properly. Washingtonia says, I know they're not like viable, but all you need to pull off is a meadow and they eat. Agreed. I'm just saying, I think for your money, in the modern age, instead of buying a horse-drawn carriage and doing that, you could literally set up solar panels and charge electric vehicles, and still have the same, modern convenience of transportation time. Reptile says we need like 1/5 of the Great Desert in Africa to have solar and build offshore wind and new uh, thorium electric nuclear reactors that are better in every way, shape, and form. Um, uh, Morgan Mint says, well, I will stay as long as I can then. Thank you very much, Morgan. It means a lot. And again, we are trying to do this to really make change for our community. So the more that you guys stay in the chat, the more that you guys hang out with us and talk about these serious issues, the more that we are able to push forward the watch time hours that we have, and the more that that allows us to really grow. Not only doing that, but also if you share it with other people and try and get people in the chat to talk with us, it helps a lot. Also, thank you to everybody who's saying they're going to stay in the chat and hang out with us. That legitimately helps. You have no idea. I check our watch time hours almost every night. And it's difficult to watch that thing teeter back and forth if you miss even a day. And how hard it'll teeter back. Rich says, gotta go, mate. Have a great stream. Thank you so much. You too, Rich. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with us. Reptile says, bye, Rich. Ben says, I think we will see more micronations form to deal with climate change. I agree, 100%. And not only that, the micronations that exist now can easily start to combat climate change in their own community. If they can prove it's successful on that small scale, all they have to do is keep expanding. And as well, that gives them an economic advantage, because so long as your local community doesn't have hard restrictions on you creating renewable energy for yourself and off-grid power systems, you can do things like set that up such that you are making money from that. You can even sell it back to the grid if that's allowed and encouraged in your area. But even more so, you can use that just as a way to skirt advantage over your other economic competitors. If you're trying to make a product and your company has all of its electricity, all of its machinery that it requires, all of its transportation costs covered by that electric that you're generating from the sun, you don't have to pay a penny for that. You have upfront costs to install the system. You may have some maintenance and repair costs down the line, but you will be able to make profit that doesn't have that as an added expense. You are able to minimize the amount of expenses you have, and that allows you to be a solid competitor, even at a smaller scale than some larger competitors. So you can do that in your local community. You can then invest up and expand, get even more solar, get even more land purchase, continue to grow. And I think that's what micronations want in the first place, to be able to show their local communities, to be able to show their states, and eventually the countries that they are in, take us seriously. We have ways that we have shown to be successful and to warrant considering us as actual nations, equal to any other. And that's a huge ask for nations. That's a thing that many people scoff at and laugh at. And the reason is because they don't see it as very likely that there's some advantage that you could have over the large scale modern infrastructure that we deal with on a daily basis. But if you're the only one who has been investing for years and years and years in your local area in things like renewable energy, in things like supporting your local businesses, in things like growing and expanding the proper usage of land instead of setting up things like golf courses that take up a whole bunch of land area but don't actually generate a lot of viable production for a community, a lot of give back. You can have so much impact on your community that people just naturally need to invest in what you're doing. That, I think, is how we start to make an incredible name for ourselves. Hey, Micronational Union, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing pretty good.
I'm glad to see you joining us. Thank you so much for hanging out. Real quick, Morgan Mint says it's always good to see others get into it. In fact, two of my personal friends actually got into micronationalism because of me. I'm glad to see that, Morgan. It's super important to explain to people what this is that the community is doing, what you're doing in particular, and how it's affected you, how it's benefited your life, and maybe you can get more people to actually join in and participate. Like you said, if there are two people that you've gotten who are creating micronations, if they have fun with it and they're able to find success in that, you know they're going to tell their friends and other people that they know about it, which helps to grow our community. The more we grow our community, the more people are actively watching videos like this one and creating their own videos and developing their own communities. And then micronationalism becomes less and less of a fringe community, less and less of a really specific niche, and more of a widely accepted thing. So that way, when you do have micronational success stories that come out, one, there are other ones that are able to, specifically in economic circumstances, that are able to work together to grow the community at an even faster rate. But also, you have small local communities that start to take these groups very seriously and have them as very large integrated parts of what they do on a daily basis. That's how we make real change for this community. And I think it all starts with just telling people, hey, this is what I'm doing. Hey, listen to me, world. I'm broadcasting to talk about this very special group of people who pretty much independently of each other all over the world are starting to realize the same thing, that we need to make local changes for ourselves. We need to create benefits for the people around us and show that there is a better way to do things than what's currently being done, and that we can do that parallel to the systems that are ongoing. We don't have to, advocate for secessionism. We don't have to advocate for any kind of hate or infighting. We can just show, hey, we're going to do our own thing, we're going to build and become successful, and then if you want to come and join us down the line, or if you want to learn how we did this, hop on board and support micronationalism. And I think that's what people are doing more and more. Fake Name says, I recently adjusted my geographic plans for my micronation because of my friend. Congratulations, that's very cool. See, and even collaboration like that. If people aren't in the community and you're talking to them about their ideas, your ideas, and they have a good idea, that's a great way to start to connect them to our community and to have you learn a little bit of a different perspective. That's awesome. Fake Name says, instead of Missouri, we're going to Alaska. Congratulations, and I hope you find support and the growth that you need in Alaska. Reptile says, sorry, AP, that sound was me. You're all good, Reptile. I appreciate it. Fake Meme says, solar and wind are not nearly as effective. I completely disagree. I've studied the math on this. I've done the calculations on this. That is not true at all. Nuclear power is absolutely very powerful, very strong. However, it requires a lot of infrastructure to build a nuclear power plant. Not only on top of that, you have to get rid of a lot of waste. Sure, people are talking about thorium plants and, thorium plants and deuterium and all of these different things, which are very promising to reduce the size of nuclear power plants and limit the waste. But as of right now, the main types of power plants that are going to be approved for building, especially in active urban communities, are going to be the traditional nuclear power plant. A lot of people don't want that by them. They produce a lot of waste, and they are a lot of upfront money for a community. So most communities don't want to invest in that. Whereas you can by yourself purchase solar panels and set them up, which has a direct and immediate impact on your community. And sure, if you are able to get everybody on board with that, you can set up a nuclear power plant. But it's going to take a lot of time and effort, and more importantly, it's going to need to require people to get into the mindset of changing from all of the coal power plants, the oil and petroleum plants that we're used to shifting over to renewable resources, which can be benefited by having solar and wind and hydropower installed. It's not. It's a numbers game. I can create more solar panels in a community in a healthier, safer, and more effective way for a cheaper price point right now than you can build a solar panel for your community. It's a matter of fact. So you can say, oh, but it's not as strong. 1,000,000 solar panels, 1,000,000,000,000 solar panels is going to be much, much more effective than 100,000 nuclear plants. It's gonna work, and it's gonna have a lot less risk and issue and ability to have adverse effects on those local communities. I'm not saying nuclear isn't the future. I'm not saying nuclear isn't the way to go. It's certainly wonderful. I think fusion's also great. Fusion's not quite there yet, though, and won't be for a while. But as we continue to move toward things like better nuclear fission plants and eventually fusion power, we have to look at the biggest source of fusion that we actively have, which is the sun. And it's effective. It works. And it works today. It works right now. This fake name, you're just wrong. I don't mean to belittle or insult you in any way, but I've done the math on this. I have actively worked this up. It's not correct. Benjamin says, I'm on your Discord. Hey, very much. Thank you so much for supporting us, Benjamin. Washingtonia says, what things are on? The things are on, question mark? I'm curious of what you're talking about. Elijah Woods' his message retracted. Washingtonia says, thorium is really safe too. Agreed. There have been a lot of hype and a lot of promotion of thorium nuclear reactors and power plants, and I completely agree. They're wonderful. They are not approved in many, if any, local communities as of yet. They are not well tested and well produced enough to have active governmental approval in many, if any, places. Tell me your nearest local thorium power plant, and we'll talk about that. But I bet you don't have one for hundreds of thousands of miles anywhere near you, because it's maybe not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds or thousands of miles anywhere near you, because there are so few so far in between, and most of them are experimental. Today, right now, you can go out and buy enough solar power to be able to power your house and your friend's house if you had the money. It's reasonable, it's effective, and they're very good at what they do, and can be done at large and small scales. That's why if you drive in your local community, you'll see somebody with a solar panel. You may see solar panels powering the lights and stuff for a bridge near you. You may see them powering the opening and closing structures for dams and other areas of renewable energy. They're great. They just work everywhere all the time because most everywhere is getting hit by the sun. And as long as you have a way to reasonably charge and store that power, you can use it. It's just great. It works right now. Fake name says wind waste exists and it's actually harder to contain. Agreed. Sure. Yes. 100%. But at the same time, you still don't have large amounts of nuclear waste that you're trying to store. Nuclear waste is a big problem in communities that have it. If nuclear power plants were as popular as wind power and distributed evenly in as many different places, you would have the same issue. You would have the same difficulties. Fake name says that no one wants it and they don't decompose. Very few, if any, people want nuclear waste. That's why they bury it, and it seeps out into the soil. Drew says, hello Drew, it's good to see you. Young Sandwich says, you also have to think lithium does so much damage to the environment. Agreed, absolutely. Lithium does as well. That's like a battery storage issue though, and that's a whole other thing. Lithium does damage to the environment. Even lead acid batteries like we're using have negative effects, but that power storage issue is a problem, but isn't as immediate a problem as the natural gas and petroleum crisis that we're dealing with currently, where it's just running out here and there, left and right. Hey, it's good to see you, David. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we're always happy to have you as a citizen. I'm excited to see you potentially on the 28th. I'm very excited. Washingtonia says, I agree. I remember seeing GM making a solar-powered race car and never picked that up again. 100%. A lot of the time, companies will do that to show stuff like, oh, look at how cool this works. Ooh, Ryan says, can I join the server? 100%. Yes, please do join the server. Hit it up, Ryan. We want you on the server. I miss you, dude. I want to see you on there. Also, I'm excited to see you on the 28th as well. Yes, 100%. Companies do stuff like that really regularly, where they will hype up specific projects like solar or wind or even nuclear, and they will do these like tests where they'll say, hey, we're trying to raise money, so we'll do this thing to like show it off and as like a brand and a marketing thing, and then they don't really push forward with it. And the reason for that is because there are a lot of things behind the scenes that they're not showing you that really limit the practicality of it for whatever the specific function they're using it for. For example, with a race car, you can build a solar powered race car. How expensive is that solar powered race car to use? How practically can you use it for a day, a week, a month, a year? When it has to be not just a race car that's really fast that goes around a track a few times, but actually is something like a long haul truck that needs to be able to ship deliveries consistently every day all across the country, put hundreds of thousands of miles on it for years. It's hard for companies to build things that are really, really practical in that sense. And when they do, they're making these marketing campaigns, sure, but they're also just selling them to companies. It's like these companies that they are doing these big marketing campaigns for, and the individuals like you that they're doing these big marketing campaigns for, that isn't the thing that necessarily company. That may be the thing that piques their interest, but the thing that's ultimately going to sell that product to the company is somebody coming up to them and saying, hey, I can give you a 100% self-driving, solar powered, battery electric powered long haul truck that can compete in efficiency and in repair cost to that of your normal diesel truck. And you won't have to pay for diesel, and you won't have to pay for a driver. That'll massively cut your costs and give you this much additional profit margin. And once they see those difference in profit margin right out the door, that's what starts to sell units. That's the thing that starts to really make that change for those companies. So yes, these big, product shows and advertisements like these stunts that they're doing effectively are really cool, but they don't pick them up again because that's not necessarily what they're trying to market for. There aren't a ton of people who are looking to purchase solar-powered race cars. There are plenty of people, however, who would be looking into purchasing solar-powered long-haul trucks, but that's a whole different ballgame in and of itself. That has its whole long issue of complications as well, that as of the moment may not be feasible to overcome in a profitable way. In a way that's not profitable, more profitable than the diesel trucks they're actively using. Ryan says, I believe I am banned from the server. Let's go and check that. I don't think you are, but let's see. I 100% could be wrong. Let's check it out. How do I check? Who's banned from the server? Ryan should not be, but we will find out. Okay. We go into server settings, I guess. Server settings. Bans. Yeah, why are you banned? Revoke ban. There was no reason list. I'm curious as to who banned you. I'm sorry. If it was me, you shouldn't have been banned. Someone else, we have, I think, just one other mod. If somebody banned you, I'm sorry about that, Ryan. I am unbanning you. You should be good now. I'm not sure why you were banned. Fake name says, I don't think nuclear can seep. When underground, they're big silo-sized concrete structures, not yellow barrels leaking green goo. Yes, they can though. Like, you're right, fake name. Nuclear doesn't seep instantly. But first off, any civil engineer will tell you over a long enough period of time, concrete structures, whether they are buried or whether they are out of the ground, will eventually create cracks and, by their porous nature, seep. Especially when they're dealing with really, really hazardous materials. Sure, they're not going to seep in 5 seconds. Over decades and decades and decades, yes, they do. Even if they're, meters thick concrete, eventually they will crack, eventually they will erode, eventually there will be pockets that form that create seepage. And on top of that, the radiation that is within them creates other ions in the soils and continues to permeate. That's one of the things about nuclear radiation that is so hazardous and so potent. Other types of waste, as long as the waste itself doesn't get out into the stuff, it's not super harmful. For nuclear waste, if the nuclear waste is potent enough, if you have enough radiation seeping out into the soil, it creates a higher risk environment for other ions, other things that can affect change in that atmosphere, making it more dangerous for the wildlife that are living there, more difficult for life to continue to prosper. And of course, it doesn't make things deserts just all of a sudden or whatever, but that slow change does have an ecological impact and is one that is very negative. Anywhere where nuclear waste is, there's a higher risk of cancer. There's a higher risk of having, more deadly substances and more just long-term medically concerning substances in the soil, in the food. It just permeates. It does. And the more cracks and the more issues, the more seepage that you have over the time of that super strong supported concrete structure over 100 years, because once people bury it, they don't want to dig it back up and suck the stuff out because they don't have anywhere to put it. It's going to keep happening. It's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. Ryan says, I believe I cannot enter the server until the moderator removes the status. I appreciate it. I just did. Again, I'm not sure why you were banned, and I'm sorry that you were. I'm curious, is there a way to check, like, when you were banned and to see, like, the thing? Because I really want to piece this one together. Fake Name says, gotta go. See you next stream. See you, Fake Name. Thank you so much for supporting us, and thank you for the conversation. Again, I know we, had the disagreement on that, but I definitely appreciate you bringing up your points, and I'm excited to learn more. I feel like I am learning stuff from you. And I'm excited to see you really passionate about nuclear power. Drew says, see you, Fake Name. Elijah says, nope. Message retracted. Ooh, Ryan says, yes, I have returned. It's good to see you, Ryan. Retro says, hello, AP. I'm going to go pet my new husky. See you around. Hey, Retro, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining, and good luck with your pet husky. That's awesome. Have fun. Drew says, I can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. If what's a good or bad thing, Drew? Drew says, AP, you can check audit log and limit to his user to see who banned him. Oh, thank you. Very cool. Okay, so I'm going to laugh if it was me, but I don't know why it would be. Okay, so go into there. Server settings, I guess. Audit log. Ryan, do you know about when you were banned? Oh goodness. I guess I'll have to look it up at another point. Is there infinite audit log? Can I keep searching through it? Because as of right now, 4.7, the last one that I can see, the oldest one that I can see, I should say. Very cool. Well, I appreciate it, guys. I will continue to go back and look and see if I can't figure that out at a later point. Ryan says they probe, which frightens us. They probe, which frightens us. What are you referring to, Ryan? Drew says, I can't tell if it's a good or bad thing that Ryan returns. I think it's a good thing. Ryan is one of my friends locally. He's somebody that I've known for quite some time and actually met through one of my best friends. So that's awesome. And I wouldn't know if I did ban Ryan. I wouldn't know why. I'm trying to like hard think back. I don't think there's a reason that I would have banned Ryan. Um, and again, maybe one of our other mods did, but I'm curious to see why. Ryan says, cease your investigations. Never. Drew says there should be a filter for actions, then do ban. Agreed. Uh, cease thy heresy, Ryan. Agreed. We're gonna get to the bottom of your investigation. You should want this investigation. You're the victim of the investigation. We're going to be snooping. We're gonna be figuring it out. Um, but yeah, I do really appreciate it. I think one of the things that's so big about pushing forward with our goals and really trying to develop for this community has always been trying to point out these issues. You know, the larger an audience we have, the more people that we have listening to us, joining in, trying to create new nations and create change for their community, the more that we have a platform to speak about these issues and continue that cycle, to raise awareness, to have more groups to do, on the ground projects with, to be able to have a larger scale investment, both for our micronation and what we're trying to do in our local community, as well as more opportunity for us to be able to invest in other communities, to be able to make profit off of that, and also to see some of that larger scale change occurring. We, of course, anytime we have the opportunity to support a micronation, we definitely want to do that, over, just some other corporate business. So this is something that over time we really, really want to be able to continue to grow as our presence in the community. And that starts with this YouTube channel. That starts with all of you sitting here, taking your time out to watch this live stream. The longer that you watch the stream, the more likes that this video gets, the more that permeates out into the YouTube space. Because YouTube loves to just like shut down stuff. YouTube loves to say, hey, well, this has kind of run its course. We'll stop advertising it. We'll stop showing it to people. And the second that they do that, that makes it harder and harder for the name of micronationalism to get beyond the borders of just the people who already know about it online. But every single time somebody jumps into our community and says, hey, this is my first time here, what are micronations? That's when we know we got through. That's when we know one of these videos broke through and got somebody to connect with our community who may not have before. And then that may be somebody who ends up creating a nation. A lot of the time, the way that people end up watching our videos and the way that people end up getting into the community is because they're already Googling it. But if we can get these videos to jump out into the space beyond that, beyond the people who are already kind of intrigued and learning about it, which is important too to bring those people in. But if we can get to the people who are just scrolling for other stuff and pull them in and make sure that this community has a large voice of different people, some people who know about it, some people who don't, we have direct ability to make changes. We have direct ability for people to start accepting micronationalism on a large scale, and we have the ability to showcase the important issues that we are trying to tackle as a community. Things like climate change, things like, economic independence, things like, political freedom. These are, and raising awareness about global catastrophes and events that are occurring, politically, environmentally. This is something that's big, and it's something that we can continue to shake the cage on to get out there to the public. And the more that we do it, the more that we're here every single day saying we're micronations, we're developing, we're doing this, get on board, the more that we're going to see that support. I really do believe that. And I'm excited to come to you tonight to be able to talk about these things, because I know there are some people who are eventually going to run into this video who don't know what micronations are, and they're going to hear something that gets them on board just that little bit further, or at least to know and to start talking to people. Hey, have you ever heard of micronations? I ran into this video the other night, and this guy was talking about it. I don't know, you should Google it. Like, let's look some up. I don't know. It's really, really cool. It's cool to see that happen. And I've run into a few people over the course of the past 3 years that we've been running this channel, where people will say, hey, I just was Googling stuff and eventually ran into you. That's actually how our master of the House of Treasure, Stephen Vince, how he became a part of this community. You know, he was Googling other stuff on YouTube and happened to run across one of our live streams one night when we had a larger than average community, and it just pulled him in. The YouTube algorithm just kind of threw him in here. And he hung out and he stayed, and now he has become one of the most influential parts of the Eternian community, and one of the people who has helped us to get so far economically in terms of our land purchase. He has changed what we are able to do, and we're able to bring this stream to you tonight because of people like him. So let's keep doing that. Let's keep growing the community and getting more people to support your nations and your ideas and your communities. Because the more nations that are out there, the more likely that somebody's going to say, hey, there's one of those groups in my neck of the woods. There's one of those groups that are trying to make these changes and do these different things. And they're connecting all over the world. So we have this really, really powerful platform here that we just got to keep pushing. That we just got to keep making stronger and stronger. We're here as a signal boost for other micronations. And we need to be able to increase that signal as much as possible. Let's see. Ryan says, I don't need an investigation because I remember. Oh, well then tell us what happened, Ryan. Elijah said, windmills and solar panels require rare earth metals, which the mining of does affect the environment and is one of the primary reasons some animals are being pushed to extinction. For example, the okapi. Agreed. This is something that's a huge issue. You know, there isn't an immediate way to say, hey, we're going to have a type of energy storage or energy generation that is without large-scale damage to the planet. There are ones that have very, very small power density that, of course, are helpful to that. There's actually one that I was researching as my senior project for my physics degree that, you know, in its most basic forms, has very little, if any, negative effect on the environment whatsoever. You know, it can be made out of almost any materials very, very commonly, but it has such a low power density that you'd have to have an absolutely ridiculous number of them to compete with what we're seeing in solar panel, solar energy, nuclear energy, wind energy, and so on and so forth. A lot of these energies, like wind and like wind and hydro, ultimately just come down to turning a turbine. Spinning a motor. And so that has some limitations in and of itself as to the scale of that and the ability that you can get to. But nonetheless, right now, things like solar and wind and hydro are much, much better than the alternative, being petrol, being, oil and natural gas and coal, and things that are running out a lot more quickly. So yes, we should be limiting and restricting and creating more regulation around the use and distribution of things like rare earth metals. That being the case, though, if you're wanting to complain about rare earth metals are used a lot more commonly in things like cell phones and computers and, server farms to run Minecraft and stuff that we don't need. That's, having a solar panel that can help to run farm equipment for a community in Kenya that would starve without it is much better than having, a whole bunch of 12-year-olds on Fortnite at 3 a.m. Why are you, agreed, rare earth metals are bad, it's a problem, we're pulling them out of the environment, it's killing lots of native species. But we shouldn't be blaming solar panels and wind farms for that when there are so many other sources that are just as big, if not bigger, that we could just do without for the most part, or at least severely limit, because they're not just a part of our active necessary infrastructure. A lot of it is just a part of our pleasure infrastructure, stuff that doesn't need to be here and isn't required for our survival as a species, but we just do because of the memes. It's not necessary. And so if we're going to be cutting our hunger for rare earth metals, it doesn't need to be from sources of energy generation that are saving lives. It needs to be from places that are legitimately just for pleasure economies. Drew says, I sent a photo of the filter. Hey, very cool. Thank you. Drew says, then tell us, Ryan, why thy were banned. Benjamin says, I would like to open up diplomatic relations. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Benjamin. We actually do have an alliance application that I can go ahead and send you. It's been difficult for me to get through all the alliance applications as of recently, but if you join our Discord server, which I did post a link to in the description, you should be able to DM me, and I can send you that alliance application personally. As well, I can update our Discord to have all of that information at the top. I think it might already, but we'll see. Let me see. When we go to newcomers, does it have all our information up there? We have our rules. We have Aeternia Gov. We have our citizenship application up there, and we also have our website and our YouTube and stuff. So if you do join our Discord, there are a number of links that are in the newcomers section that you can join. But as well, again, if you can DM me or if you email me at eternianempire@gmail.com, we can send you that alliance application form. Ryan says no. Drew says, Ryan, what are you hiding? Agreed. I'm trying to figure this out too. Elijah says the Okapi is entirely dependent on an intact forest for its survival, and deforestation for mining has led to its precipitous and perilous decline. I completely agree. Elijah says an Okapi conservation strategy workshop 2013 found the population plummeted over 50% in just 3 generations, about 15 years. That's horrible. Elijah said this is one of the reasons you should recycle your own old phones. 100%. I completely agree. And again, I think a lot of it is really strange because we do, we focus on things that, I think headlines really heavily talk about, like the concept that, solar energy and wind energy could have negative effects on the environment. And it's like, yeah, sure they do, but just about everything does. The reason that that's a headline is because that's something that feels really contradictory and strange and like, oh, we shouldn't be supporting renewable energy as much? No, you absolutely should be because it's the lesser of two evils. But on the other hand, there are plenty of things which we already know about that are bad and harmful, that are the same exact problem we're trying to solve, but that we don't reduce in the other hand, like semiconductor manufacturing, which is used for everything and is very necessary because you could point at those same media companies and say, hey, you just kind of report like BuzzFeed. Like, BuzzFeed, does it really need to exist to be able to like create stuff? Like, other than just creating articles and news media and stirring up controversy, do companies like that, which use semiconductor chips to exist, do they need to exist to have a flourishing society? And not saying that news media outlets are the most heavy use of and most frivolous use of semiconductors, but they are a source of semiconductor waste. And that just goes back into, I think there should be more heavy regulations on semiconductor manufacture, on rare earth metals mining, and on, things like solar and nuclear and wind waste and stuff that we're talking about. That do have large scale impacts on the environment. But if we were to, instead of just saying, oh, so that's not the right way to do it because it doesn't completely eliminate all forms of waste, which is going to be a very, very difficult thing to find and something that's not going to be solved within the short-term period we need to be able to combat some of these immediate life-threatening issues that we're dealing with around the world. We can instead say, hey, how can we create policies that allow us to really narrowly focus in and say, what is most important for us to focus on with these resources that we have? If we're going to mine rare earth metals, if we're going to create all of this waste that is so harmful to the environment, let's set a cap on that. And then let's figure out which things are most important to be able to give and allot some of that waste to. I agree, we should be cutting down on that waste, and we should be proportionately dividing it up amongst the most necessary and important sources of energy generation, of infrastructure development that require it for us to be able to continue to sustain the growth that we're at, instead of just having it be a free-for-all and then complaining that everything's happening and becoming chaotic at once. I completely agree, though. These effects that it's having on the environment are catastrophic. But there are plenty of industries that are being developed and that are running simply because they are pleasure industries, because people give them money that do not necessarily need to be here. And if we are going to point fingers for creating waste, I think stuff like cruise lines, stuff like you know uh, lots of like little knickknack stuff that we make out of plastic and out of rare earth metals and things like that, that aren't necessary to be having a thriving and developing economy and world, interconnected world. Those things aren't necessary for that development. But because we live in 100% free market capitalist societies in a lot of places, it is very easy for companies that just make enough money, even if it's on something completely frivolous, to be able to buy their way out of trouble and to get people to turn the finger not at them, but at other companies that may legitimately be having a better impact, and other industries in general that may be having a more productive impact on the environment. Even if that impact is negative, they may still be doing a lot more good for the planet than some of their wealthier counterparts. So I would just say, I agree. We absolutely need to be making the point that we have to reduce our necessity and our dependence on a lot of this mining that we're doing, on a lot of this wasting of non-renewable resources, that we are constantly just burning away left and right and not recycling and not getting any additional benefit from, other than poisoning our communities. And then if we're going to do that and we're going to make that claim that, okay, we need to put a cap on this, we need to stop mining as much, we need to limit it, really think about what we absolutely need and what is most important for us to give allotments of waste to be able to continue the propagation and growth of our societies, instead of just letting things that are kind of just nonsense pleasure sources of waste continue to be fruitful and multiply. It's rough. It's really, really rough to be able to to tell anyone, especially in a very capitalist society, hey, you're not going to be able to buy just whatever you want anymore. There's going to be specific products and services which are considered most important that you will be able to, and everything else will kind of go down the list and be more and more rare and be harder and harder to get, simply because they are less necessary for survival and for public benefit. And that feels like a restriction of rights for people. That feels like a limitation on freedom for people. So many people do not want to do that. But if we are looking for an immediate answer to some of these problems and an ability to continue to propagate our society successfully and effectively in the ways that we have come to know and love, that's the way to do it, to figure out what is absolutely most important. Drew says this is a very long conversation to say solar panels are better. Absolutely, because that's the whole idea, is that people are going to run around and circle. I'm trying to make the straightest path to that answer possible. Sure, it's the shortest path is to just say it, but the most effective path to actually change people's minds, in my opinion, is to say this is most important and this is why. It may not be better in your metric of, well, a nuclear plant could output 300,000 times that a single solar panel could. And it's like, yeah, but a nuclear plant is huge, creates a lot of waste, does all these things. It is the best for our immediate circumstances. Sure, you can argue that there are future experimental technologies that are becoming more and more mainstream every year, that are starting to be developed into local productions, that can eventually surpass what we're doing with solar. But for right now, solar's the game. Go with solar. Go with wind. Go with hydro. Ryan says restricting people's rights to destroy the environment. Yes, absolutely. That's a fundamental part of kind of our mindset, I think, in the United States and in a lot of Western countries, is the concept that, well, if I buy a piece of land, if it's my thing, if it's my company's property, I can destroy anything I want. I can burn up anything I want. There are no consequences because it's my little area. But we don't think about the fact that, hey, Wind still travels, water still travels. When you create destruction in one area, it spreads off of your property, off of your little patch of dirt, and it goes to everyone else's around you who's going to be pissed that you messed it up for them. They're not going to be happy that you devalued all of their land because you felt like it was in your rights to destroy yours, which ultimately degrades theirs. I completely agree, Ryan. It's crazy and it's messed up. The Watcher, the Fall put a whole bunch of stuff in, and I have no idea what it says, but it's something, and then a smiley face, and then something, and then a lizard. So hopefully they're talking about the environment and making some changes. I props to you if you were talking about what we're discussing in this current chat, but I also don't know what you're saying, so I'm sorry I can't weigh in too heavily. I'm gonna feel absolutely played if this is a meme and I just don't understand it at all. I'm sure that there is somebody who's going to be um, is going to get me with something like that one day. But I think this is a necessary conversation to have. It's something that's hard. It's something that we have to continue to bring up what is most important on. But for today, it is necessary that we say there is a time for change. That time is now, and we have methods to put in place currently. Not only to have these philosophical debates of, oh, well, which one is more necessary for the current time, and how do we save the entire world? No, let's talk about our local communities. Let's talk about how you right now can go outside and make some change. We right now are actively developing this solar system that can help to get us off of the power grid that's currently been running by a lot of methods with some nuclear, a lot of coal, a lot of petroleum, and maybe some solar, but all at a very high marked up rate that is ultimately just to put in the pockets of these investors for these energy companies that have monopolies in our local area. So we're able to kind of start stepping away from that and starting to say, hey, we're going to get some of our energy independence back. We're going to start to market this and hopefully provide it for people at a more reasonable rate. And we're going to do all of this so that we can revive our local communities and make it easier for people to survive in this economy and to thrive in this economy so that they can reinvest in it by creating businesses, by creating local goods and services. They can continue to push back against it. It's hard, and it's a long, hard-fought process, but eventually you can make sustainable changes which affect generations long after you're gone. People are going to say, wow, if they had not done that, imagine what kind of a worse situation we would be in. Or think about it in this way. If you can make some small change today and you just slowly made it better every single day, how amazing would your community be in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years if people got behind you and helped to keep pushing that along the way? We're testing that right now, and we hope to show positive results to prove to people, let's do it. Let's do it together. We're out here. Let's link up. Let's make it a larger change together. We're happy to start the process or to help it keep going from other people who have started before us. Matt says hello. It's good to see you, Matt. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for helping us be a part of this, in my opinion, very important conversation. We're talking about the future of micronationalism. We're talking about these huge issues that are happening in our local communities that are, and in our international communities that are actively creating chain reactions that are occurring at every level, that are harming people, that are, making us question how are these countries going to be able to afford different things? How are, the people in our communities going to be affected by the high price increases of things that they need to be able to survive every day, to get to work, to, put food on their tables? It's hard. It's a hard conversation to have. Also, Savan, thank you. Sabotat, excuse me. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. If you don't know, today we've been talking primarily about the issues in Ukraine and the war that's going on there. The loss of Mariupol with the surrender of Ukraine's arms there after a long fought battle. Talking about and terrible loss of civilian life, as well talking about the effects that world economics and a gas shortage have had and petroleum shortage has had on the country of Sri Lanka, who's right now asking for bailouts to be able to afford enough petroleum to be able to get medical shipments and food shipments that are desperately needed by their country, how that's going to affect other things. Also talking about hate crimes, talking about how all of these different stressors that we're seeing on world economics, world policy, trickle down to and I keep saying trickle down, but that's such a wrong term to use, but how they continually affect um, these local communities that make them up, that are seeing the brunt of that effect, and how that can lead to increased radicalization of people, how that can lead to a large spike in hate crimes like we have been seeing. Just the concept that people who are more economically stressed, who may have already had some kind of a susceptibility to being radicalized by conspiracy theories, by hate groups, that can be slowly more enticed by those groups saying, hey, we know the answer to all your problems. We know how to solve all these issues. And they attack and they target immigrant groups for that. They attack and they target people who are different than them for that. They attack and they target people who they consider just culturally, separated from them in any way, shape, or form that they can possibly grasp for straws at trying to attack, because they're desperate and because they're hateful people. And all of that constitutes an added stress on our communities and our lives. And we see this in a human loss and a tragic, tragic blow up of events like we've seen with mass shootings occurring here in the United States, all because of hate and of sadness and of frustration of people that in part may be lessened, or at least lessened in the amount of frequency that we've been seeing, by trying to solve some of these root problems that are stressors, such as climate change, such as economic recession. Ooh. Sabotage says, hello, what's going on with Sri Lanka? I hope I explained well. If not, let me know. Sabotage says, how's the homeland going? So Vitae, our first territory, is going very well. So it's still a work in progress for sure, but we are actually trying to come out with our first video on that very soon. It's an edited video. I'm trying to do a lot with it, so it still may take a little while to come out, but that's why I've been doing other videos, like coming out with our solar video, where we just did something that is going to be a big part of Vitae's future in trying to develop this independent off-grid solar power system that we have been developing, that you can check out in one of the previous edited videos that we just released, as well as in a live stream that we just released about power storage and about the lead acid batteries that we have been getting for free that are dead and unusable by most battery standards, repairing them, and then charging them up with these solar panels to be used in our energy storage system. So I'll talk about that more in the future, but those are things that we're all putting toward Vitae and its development, and in making us a more economically and energy independent community that can start to host people on its land and improve our human manpower, our human resources. Which of the Falls says, hello, my Google Translate is English. How micronation and mini-nation. United States of America and tribe having local, not state. Local tribe is United States of America, but is not United States of. Local tribe, mini-nation, not states, United States of America. Huron, Wyandotte. So I'm going to try and interpret what you're saying. The watcher, please let me know if I am interpreting incorrectly. But first off, thank you very much for watching our stream. It means a lot. You're helping us to grow our community, especially in other non-English speaking countries. I will say, and non-English speaking communities, I should say. The point of a micronation is to develop a small independent community separate from the country, like the US, that they are inside of. This does not mean that they are completely separate. A lot of micronations connect directly to the US and other large countries for their needs. However, micronations consider themselves to be separate and different and independent, but they can't be fully separate and different and independent. So what they have to do is slowly find ways to separate themselves and to make themselves more independent with their energy, with their money, with their time, and with the people who support them. It starts with ideology. It starts with your culture and with your mindset of seeing yourself as different than the country that you were a part of. In plenty of ways, most people who run micronations are intimately connected, are directly tied to the US and the other large countries that they are a part of. It's important. And I don't think many micronationalists, people who run tiny countries, I don't think many of them want to release their citizenship to their large country, the U.S. or Britain or Canada or China or any other country that they're a part of. I think they primarily want to show themselves as culturally different, as different in their mind. And then they slowly grow their opportunities to make differences in their local communities. So in making, purchasing small pieces of land, buying land and using it to develop their country, to develop this small community that they're in. So they try to make themselves different and they try to prove to these larger countries that they should consider them different. That's the goal of a lot of micronations, is to be recognized, to be viewed by the general populace, to be viewed by the country they are in or by the world that they are different. I'm going to see if I can't get this spider, excuse me. I don't think I got him. That's concerning. I don't think I got him, and I have no idea where he is. So hopefully I don't just get bit by a spider. But we will find out if I start going into seizures on stream or something.
Whatever. I doubt it's a spider. It's actually gonna hurt you.
I doubt it is too. And I probably should have left well enough alone, but I did try to attack him. I attacked first. It's my fault. Elijah said, what's your thoughts on carbon capture technology? I really like it. I think, again, it needs to be combined with other sources of renewable energy, because if you run carbon capture off of an energy system, a power grid that is run with non-renewable energy, then you're just kind of spinning your wheels. So it's a wonderful technology, an amazing addition to our ways to fight climate change, our tools to fight climate change, but it has to be done properly and in a way that actually creates a carbon negative entire working operational system. It can't just be one part that's trying to minimize it. It has to be connected to a whole system that is carbon neutral to be able to create a carbon negative, if that makes sense. The watcher says local tribe. Yep. Okay. Hold up. Ryan says many a faction have overinflated the effectiveness of carbon capture attempts. It currently remains more scam than functional technology. Makes sense, and I get that. Ooh. Sounds good. Let me know what you mean. Honk. Right. Tiff's my friend. Tiff's cool. I'm getting bullied out here. Y'all see this? Terrible. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. And again, I think it's a stepping stone. It is something that allows people hope, kind of like in those other ways, in trying to show off a solar-powered sports car. That's not super practical or reasonable, but it gets people working on and trying to further improve the technology. And it's something that can start to be implemented, at very least in discussions on policy. So I think it's important, at very least for that reason, as a stepping stone. Washingtonia says, "Ayo, dude, some dude posted something bad in general." Uh-oh, let me go check it out. Thank you. Okay. We're going to check that out, and then I'm going to jump back in. Oh. Okay, and we are deleting this. Thank you so much for telling me about that. That's absolutely horrible. I am so sorry that anybody hit that up and posted that in the chat. Here. Okay. Who was that? Let me actually, because I just deleted it. I now need to go back in the server logs and view who that was. I was just trying to delete it as quick as possible. Okay. Audit log by Essel. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's grab them and ban them. Cool deal. And I added everyone at here to everyone, just to let everybody know. Sorry about that crazy stuff happening in general. If you don't know what it was, then you probably don't need to know. It's not important. But again, for everybody that did see that, I'm sorry. Ryan says general and Discord requires censorship for violating rules. Agreed. I just banned the person, but I need to figure out a better thing. Watcher says locally Native American tribes micronation. Are you asking if Native American tribes are micronations? I think there are similarities, but Native American tribes are viewed with recognition by the countries that they are inside of, whereas micronations usually are not recognized as countries. So I think local Native American tribes are bigger than micronations and more historically important than micronations many times. That's a good question, though. I think micronations have a lot to learn from Native American communities, as well as Native communities around the world. And hopefully, micronations can help and assist Native communities in the fights that they have been pursuing for many, many decades before micronationalism became more popular. We hope to assist in that as well. Washingtonia says, how cute. Oh, thank you very much. For Tiff and I, we do some coupley stuff, but we try not to do too much coupley stuff on stream. I do appreciate it, though. It means a lot to me that you all are supportive of us. Sabotat says, that's the thing. People, they think they are helping the environment by buying electronic stuff, but the electricity is coming from coal burning. Exactly. So you have to be real careful about how you do that. And you have to try and create systems, like we're trying to do, that allow you to manufacture things with electricity that comes from renewable sources. Matt says, I am confused. What is going on? Everybody said, what happened? Yes, I went and got it. It was really, it was really wild. Thank you, David, for jumping in and trying to stop that. Matt, if you didn't know, somebody posted an inappropriate image on our Discord of, it was effectively a photoshopped image of me saying something really inappropriate, and so I went ahead and banned that person. That was rough. My apologies, everybody. For anybody who did have to see that, that sucks. For anybody who doesn't know what's going on, it's probably just better that you didn't have to see the thing. But I got it. That's crazy. They just posted, a photoshopped image of me saying like racial slurs. Like it was just rough. Yep. Really, really rough. First off, let me see. Are there more people jumping in our thing here? Okay. Let me see. Ooh, Thomas said he might join in. He said, give me a few minutes. So that's cool. Maybe Tom will join in and talk to us a little bit via via our Twitter Spaces. If you guys weren't here last time, hey, there we go. Tom is a guy who was in our Twitter space last time. He is a micronationalist who's been in the community for many, many years, and is somebody who I found I learned a great deal from the last time we had a conversation. So I'm sure you all will find this a treat as well. To have him jumping in as well. We have another person that jumped in. Hey, we have a few people that are jumping in. Let me see if I can invite them to speak as well. Perfect. I really appreciate you all jumping in and taking the time to spend time with us here on our Twitter space as well. If you want to, you can jump onto our YouTube channel, which is the same as the name of my Twitter, the Empire of Aeternia. If you join us, we are hosting a live stream on YouTube as well, where you can see me actually on camera discussing these issues and posting regular updates about what we do in our nation. Let's see. Matt, yep, I'm confused about what's going on. So that to get back on topic, that's why all of this is important. That's why us making these streams are so important. Is that we are trying to make small-scale change in our communities that can effectively help to raise awareness for these bigger issues, and also have some kind of jumping-off point for our communities to be able to fight back on some of these issues in a way that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. It gives them a platform, even if it's small, even if it's something that other people have to continue on as we grow older. It is a wonderful thing to be able to get started for people, especially when it comes to climate change, especially when it comes to things like energy monopolies. In our local areas, especially when it comes to economic hardships that people are facing, being able to give them some kind of community support creates that positive feedback loop to combat a lot of these negative feedback loops we see happening all over the world. We were talking about, again, Sri Lanka tonight and their energy crisis issues currently, which I'm sure will have a larger effect on world economies and a lot of other issues. But our ways of creating things like these local off-grid solar power stations help us to be able to create energy that's first off significantly cheaper for us than having to pay directly from the grid, but also to be able to make changes and steps toward making changes for combating climate change. So it's about supporting these local communities and helping to give that starting point. And that all being the case, I'm sure that long-term investment and local community support are two things that Tom could speak directly to in his experience. Like I said, I really appreciated having him on last time. Hey, Tom.
Greetings, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, it's been an interesting day. I've been watching some videos dealing with the Black Rod in the UK Parliament.
Ooh.
Very interesting stuff. So I'm not sure that I followed all over it, but it was fun watching about the House of Commons and the House of Lords. So what is going on with Sri Lanka?
Absolutely. So tonight's live stream is basically just covering a lot of different world issues that are happening, all of them kind of connected to one another loosely. So the first one we talked about was the war in Ukraine, how that has been affecting a lot of world economies because of Russia getting so many effectively revocations by other countries, a lot of embargoes by other countries, and then as well Ukraine's infrastructure being destroyed that limits that. That segued into, I saw an article that came out a few days ago talking about Sri Lanka, where Sri Lanka is having issues because their government has come out and said, hey, we have like 1 day left of oil reserves to be able to support our country. They're actively asking for emergency financial assistance to be able to support the shipping of like necessary items to their country, like medical supplies and food. So I was just stating that as a larger symptom of issues that I think are continuing to compound on each other with world economic struggles, with obviously the issues that we're having with energy independence in oil and natural gas, and just a sorry state for the moment of world affairs.
Anytime that you have a broad-ranging war where it affects a lot of the commodities that we rely upon, you're going to have that, unfortunately.
Oh, absolutely.
Hello, nice to meet you. I am Kodahito, the Emperor of Wahoo in Japan's micronation.
Hello, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, thank you very much, Chip.
No, I'm trying to back
You just showing off your stat. I appreciate it. Greetings, Emperor. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Japan. It's incredibly exciting to see that we have people not only in the United States but all over the world who are actively participating in this conversation. And I'm glad that you're sharing your voice to this conversation. I would love to learn more about the Japanese perspective on world events currently, as well as your perspective as a micronationalist on how Japan views micronations and how you would like to develop for your local community.
I can't speak without translation. Thank you for your understanding.
I completely understand, Emperor. Thank you very much for doing all that you can to communicate with us tonight.
At times I wish that I had my father's ability to grasp languages of other countries as easily as he did. Japanese is one of the languages that he spoke when he was alive with a little bit of familiarity. Of course, he had one of his wives hail from Japan. The marriage did not last very long, but I heard that she was a very wonderful, creative woman that he met during the Korean War. So,
Absolutely. I was going to say, I think a lot of us could do well, especially in the West, to go out of our way to embrace other cultures and to learn more languages. I mean, even in my own life, I just speak English with very, very small amounts of Spanish and French under my belt, but in no way am I fluent in any other language but English. And I know that limits me vastly in the people that I can connect with and the worldview that I have, because I am not able to engage with other languages, other communities, and their media and their viewpoint.
I speak some French, but I do not speak enough to be conversant in it, which has had the stymieing effect on when I discuss things with members of Micro-Francophonie. I don't know if you're familiar with that organization or not, but it is a organization of nations. Coming from the region that I do, Spanish and Spanglish are spoken with some degree of fluency. And I am glad that I know some Cherokee. I do wish that I was more conversant in other languages. And I am on a team that is working on, believe it or not, an Elvish language. Uh, eh, Conlanging is very common in certain sectors of the micronational world. Conlanging means constructed languages, by the way.
Absolutely. I have heard a little bit about conlaying. I have never participated in developing a language myself, but I know a number of members of our Discord and other nations that I've come across really take that seriously as a part of developing their national identity. And it's absolutely. And I think a lot of the time, along with like vexillology and designing flags and other cultural items, it's a way that people get into the community as well.
Yes, it is. Um, One of the things that
Japanese micronations are closed and not as global as overseas. My country aims to be open and friendly like abroad.
That's wonderful, Emperor. I was going to ask you. Yep. Sorry, everyone. I think I accidentally muted everyone. If you would like to unmute, you are more than welcome to. I did not do that on purpose. Emperor Kodahito, I appreciate you sharing a little bit about what Japanese micronations are like, and I'm curious if you feel like your strategy will pay off well in reaching out to other nations. I know living in Japan, it might be difficult to trade with micronations and have larger economic.
Yes, I'm aiming for full-scale independence from Japan.
That's interesting. Does your nation seek independence because of because you dislike Japan, or do you feel like there is some other cultural purpose for your separation? What's the reason that you would like to become independent from Japan?
I'm expecting that there is some translation involved in this.
Oh, I think that's absolutely correct, Thomas. They said a moment ago. I imagine they're using some sort of Google Translate or text to speech that is doing that. But I do appreciate learning more about your perspective as a Japanese micronation. We have a micronational map on our website showing off several different nations around the world. A lot of them are in the U.S. Some of them are in Europe. Some of them in South America, I think. Some in Australia. Very few in Asia. We have, I think, 3 or 4 specifically in Korea, I believe, in South Korea. I forget if we have any Japanese micronations. We may have 1 or 2, but to my understanding, there are many Japanese micronations, and I would like to learn more about them and hopefully be able to document more information on them and collaborate more with them. But Thomas, I'm curious to know a little bit more about the situation you were discussing with the UK Parliament. Is this going to have a broader reaching effect on their country as far as connecting to foreign affairs?
The Black Rod is a traditional role in the UK's Parliament, particularly in the House of Lords, deals with things as related to security, as a whole bunch of different things. Please let me yield some of my time to the Emperor if he's wishing to speak.
I have something to talk to you. Is that okay? I have something.
Yes, please, Emperor
Yes.
Kirihito. Please tell us.
Hey, is this the same one that was in us when we
Hello,
were
folks.
talking to the Grand Duchess? No.
Emperor Kurohito, I don't mean to rush you at all. Take all the time you need, but we are ready for you whenever you're ready.
Japan's newly created country is interfering with domestic affairs in an attempt to confront an old country like me. What do you think of this?
I want to make sure I understand you correctly, Emperor. So you're saying that there is a new nation and probably a new micronation in Japan that is trying to confront yours and attempt to either destroy it or attempt to limit what you can do. Is that correct?
Ippy.
While we're waiting on Emperor Kurohito, I just want to tell everybody I really appreciate conversations like this. There are very few opportunities that we have to talk to people across the world, especially in an open forum like this. Hello. Did I understand your question correctly, Emperor Kurohito?
Should I fight? Should I not fight?
ジャパニーズミクロ。No war. I am fight.
Ah, I think I understand. I would say, I would recommend not to fight. I would say do not fight. Micronations can grow independently, separate from each other. And I think,
Yes, Japan micronation.
yes, I think you can do well on your own. There's no need for fighting. Fighting makes things harder for everyone.
I mean, if it has to resort to fighting, that's when things get very serious. They want to take it over with brute force. And you have to stand your ground and hold it.
I think for micronations, there are not any times that fighting is necessary. No one can take your nation from you. You can only give your nation to someone. If someone tries to fight you, you can reject that.
If you shouldn't fight, all I can do is break diplomatic relations.
That is definitely an option. Diplomatic relations aren't just extended to other nations without cause. So, I would encourage you to study something that we in the West call the just war theory, JUSTWAR theory, because it is an old concept. It dates back to at least the writing of the Mahabharata in India, and is one of the theories that was promoted by Thomas Aquinas in his Summa Theologica.
Okay.
There
They
is
persecute Christians, discriminate, and interfere with domestic affairs.
I would agree with that. But just the same as there is wisdom in the East, there is wisdom in the West. Anyone that speaks to a given topic, we can learn from that. I wish that more peoples would try to understand one another and be patient with others. I've noticed that there is a particular arena in the micronations that like to have wars, but I've not seen war do a whole lot of good for anybody. I've seen it in terms of defense be good, but I've not seen any real cultural benefit from people going to war. Of course, peace cannot be one-sided. Anyone who
Connor asked, is there a Twitter thing?
strictly
There is
adheres
a
to
Twitter
pacifism
space actively going on. If you want to join it, you're more than
does
welcome.
so at their own peril. You've got to have
Watcher
defense.
says, does exist micronational transactional
I
funds?
have a
Yes.
In my opinion, it is very meaningful and fun to break the relationship with the country that discriminates against Japanese Catholics and maintain friendly relations with overseas micronations.
I would say that's probably smart. If you can find,
it's a global. Okay.
absolutely. I think working globally is smart. Finding,
Yes. No Japan.
I hope in the future you can make friends with some Japanese micronations, but it sounds
Yes. This only.
absolutely. I think, especially,
Global.
yes. I think something important for your nation to develop and to work on are ways to make money online. That way, your global influence can can be economically beneficial.
Can you tell us more about your empire?
I am
This is a diplomatic issue with a country that discriminates against Christians in Japan's micronations, but I don't want to have diplomatic relations with that country.
You're not required to.
yes. I am known on the Japanese.
Mhm.
Yes.
If I am understanding you correctly, you are a Japanese Christian nation. I would encourage you, especially knowing that you try to find a translation of Thomas Aquinas. That's in English, it's THOMAS AQUINAS.
Future.
I will not recognize Japan's discriminatory micronations as a country and will aim for friendly relations with overseas micronations.
I'm sure that we would welcome that. I would also encourage you to Japanese micronations that agree with your position on that.
I totally agree because you could also make like deals with them and probably like expand, you know, if they let you though. That's what I try to do.
I can only speak for Eternia and for my country, but I am excited to learn more about your nation, Emperor Kurohito, and I would be excited to continue talking about our two nations and their relations in the future. This is really cool, though, guys. I do like this, learning about other countries. Thomas, I don't mean to jump too off topic, but I hope you're in good health. I hope you're doing okay today and since the last time we talked.
和国 not 和国
Yeah,
和国 Federation.
The name of your micronation is
Holy name Commonwealth of Micronations.
I'm pretty sure there was like one based in like the Arctic, right? Or the
Japanese of United Kingdom.
Mm.
I am the emperor. Okay.
You want a cracker?
Emperor.
So Tom, oh,
Sorry about that. Emperor Kurohito, after this, do you mind if I message you to talk one-on-one, to talk more directly.
I have a Japanese. Hi. The Soul Union. Not Christian and LGBT. Okay. I have a war at no war. It's no.
I am glad to hear that you support LGBT people, Emperor Kodohito. I'm sure.
I am a Fuso and Wakoku.
I have heard of Rococo before.
Fossil conflict.
I appreciate everybody joining and hanging out with us right now. I'll explain a little bit of what's going on. We're talking to a number of nations here on our Twitter space. One of whom is a Japanese man.
Japanese of Wakoku. Japan on the Monroe.
And so we're learning about these other nations. Real quick, Aiden says it's very unusual that there's more streams this month. Absolutely, we are trying to because it's the summer and I'm not in school.
Monroe Doctrine.
That's cool. I was gonna say, so Aiden, you talked about it's cool that there are more live streams this month. Because I'm out of school, I'm able to do that more often now. And we're trying to reach 4,000 watch time hours. And we're constantly having to try and keep up with, we need at least 11 watch time hours every day, 11 new watch time hours every day to be able to keep on track to 4,000. So the more that we stream, the more that you all watch us, the quicker that we will rise to 4,000. We plan to do that this summer. So thank you so much for your help in adding just every additional moment that we can.
I don't think there should be an internet conflict like this, but they won a war.
I am
They are wanting a war with you. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, Wakoku no war.
No micronation should be actively seeking a war. With all due respect to the other nation, micronational war is most often seen as an immature policy.
Yes, Wakoku no war.
Yeah. War shows a lack of wisdom.
Yes, Wakoku no war.
Yes.
So the below is pleading a war.
they cannot commit a war micronationally
Yes,
without the
war.
other
So,
side.
Wakoku no war.
The concept of a micronational war, if it does not have two sides, is kind of like one hand trying to do clapping against midair. It doesn't work. They would have to be living in the house next door to you in order to affect any kind of war. You have the sovereignty to say no.
I have the
We are considering breaking diplomatic relations with them from your opinion.
I think you should break diplomatic relations if they are trying to start a war with you. And I also think
in the non-Japanese micronations. I am a Japanese micronations, Arcadian and GCU and WACOC and Shockix only.
it sounds like you can ignore this other country that is trying to declare war on you.
Exactly. If they are trying to make war on you, obviously they do not consider diplomatic relations seriously. I would encourage you to spend the time developing your own culture, developing your arts.
Yes,
Wakoku will not recognize or be friendly with other Japanese micronations in the future.
non-Japanese. I am a
There are many micronations in the Asian theater.
yes, non-friend on the Japan micronations.
Mhm. What do you look for in nations that you want to extend diplomatic relations with? What are your qualifications for them?
I am my only friends are over micronations,
Mhm.
non-Japanese.
Is he saying that the one he's
Is
trying to
Japanese, so
more
that
than
they
him
don't.
is,
Yes.
is Japanese.
Yes.
So they're just being like, I want to be with the only
Yes.
in Japan.
Yes, it sounds like.
Weird.
So what other micronations, no Japanese, do you have diplomatic relations with?
I have
Can't trust other Japanese micronations. I want a war soon.
I Japan micronations, piece of WACOC.
Mhm.
Huh. I I hope that your conflict is resolved soon, and I look forward to the development of your nation. I do want to ask this to everyone before we continue, um, as well specifically um, Washingtonia, because you haven't been able to speak very much here. Um, how does everyone feel about climate change, and are any of your nations doing anything to combat
Yes.
climate change?
Well, first of all,
It's a micronation, I know.
well, here in Washingtonia, we strive to like plant more like flowers and plants to like suck up all the bad air and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a peace.
That's nice. Yeah, and like our main focus is like produce and stuff because like the house next door to me, they it's their own state there in Washingtonia. They make apples and I make vegetables, so yeah.
Um, I have to speak for the Kingdom of Dubai. Usually I'll speak on the MOCC, but this is Kingdom of Dubai business here as far as the environment is concerned. And we became part of the, please let me get this said right, the International Statement on Micronational Ecological Sustainability or something like that.
Yes, Japanese micronations.
Yeah.
Peaceful Japanese micronation are Arcadia, Wakok, GC, Siphanix.
The idea behind it, the International Statement on Ecological Sustainability, I believe it was
Yes,
it was headed by mostly French and English speaking micronations, but it is open to others to look at the agreement and to consider signing on. There are things dealing with water usage.
Japan micronations.
Yes.
Only Arcadia, Wakok, GC, Siphanix. Non-peaceful below Mizo. Okay.
Gotcha.
I am hoping that your micronation finds peace with other micronations around you. I realize that it can take a lot of work to obtain that, but it is well worth it.
Yes, non-peaceful. I am a soul union. Peaceful Japanese. Arcadia Wakok, GC, Siphanix. I have a novel.
Can you tell us about ecology? nature in Rococo.
Yes, no war, Wakok.
I think at this moment the language barrier has caused some issues,
The
but I am still excited and grateful to have um, other nations in the
strides
conversation
that
with us.
micronations make towards ecological efforts.
Yes, I friend Arcadia, GC, Hispanics, Wakok,
Good,
Japanese, Micronation.
good.
I have international micronations, global friend.
Thank you as well to everyone hanging out and supporting us.
Does Rococo have a policy about nature?
Thank you.
Ooh, me
I
just
think
joined.
overseas micronations are especially important.
Tom, you were saying that your nation had joined a particular pact or a particular agreement
Yes.
on environmentalism.
Japanese news. Japanese micronations will full union. Wakok no war.
Yes.
Tom, would you be able to tell us a little bit more about kind of how you got into that treaty and what that treaty entails?
Oh, absolutely. There was a agreement sometime earlier called the Alcatraz Treaty, and it covered quite a bit as far as ecological treaties that were being forged by micronations at that period of time. I want to say that it was like around 2018, 2020, someplace in there. It was before COVID hit. And we, in the Melchitic micronations, we have, as druids, of course, this outlook that nature is good. And we found these other people that were looking at making a difference micronationally. I don't know how many of y'all know about Agamort, but Agamort sits right on the shores of the Mediterranean, so that if the glaciers that cover if the glaciers that cover Flandrensis
I am a terrorist, so union. マイクロネーションズテロリスト、ソウユニオン。
I really wish that my Japanese was better.
Yes, non-Japanese micronations.
If
I was wondering if I should consult with another country, but the Fuso Union wants a war.
tell the Fuso Union no.
フソユニオン。The nation is below federation and Mizuho nation.
Do you know the word sovereignty?
Yes, Japanese version of is the Fuso Union.
Your sovereignty arises within you.
Manu asked, "Is this a bot?" I
No
don't
one
think
can
it's a
take it away.
bot. I think it's somebody who is trying to
If you
translate
say
from
no to war,
Japanese to English, and
And
they're
of
having
course there are
difficulties. So we're trying to learn
times
about their
that
nation.
war happens,
But it's and
you have a
allow them into the
choice
conversation
whether
that we're
to
having.
feed
But
into that
it's
war
difficult.
or
The
not.
language barrier is quite significant, and so we're trying to learn and express interest in their nation.
They cannot force you
Oh,
into war.
Manu says no. I mean these chat messages. Yes, that Tinder whatever one. Yes,
It's
those
not
are
like
bot. I just
macronational
did block them and
Macro-
tried to stop their stuff. Also,
macronational
Manu,
war,
thank you for joining us and thank
which
you for
is the
hanging
big
out with
war.
us.
Yes, micronational, no war.
That's right, because we are too small.
The Fuso Union was ESTO led by Bangkok. It's like Russia.
It does not sound as if under the just war theory emperor.
It's Esto led by Wakoku. It's like Russia.
I'm familiar with Wakoku.
No. So Union like of the Russia. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I like USA and United Kingdom, 이기리스. Okay. My like America and 이기리스. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Union like Russia. Okay.
What other micronations do you have diplomatic ties to?
Yes. So on the east, Wakoku, the west nation. Okay. Japanese west. So Union, east micronations.
Does Wakoku have diplomatic ties with USA micronations or UK micronations?
Yes. 和国 West country. West like country. Micronations. So Union is East like Russia like micronations. Okay.
Uh-huh. So,
West Japanese micronations. No like. Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Tomorrow I got to. Again, I really wish that I had a broader vocabulary in Japanese to carry on an intelligent conversation with you. And it is wonderful to hear that you are building peace with your
Oh,
migration.
man. Thank you for liking.
Japanese of Cold War.
Right now, I'm going to go ahead and turn down the Twitter space. Lazix, it's good to see you. If you don't know, right now we are talking in a Twitter space with Tom, who has led several different micronations over the course of his life, has been definitely a voice of wisdom the last time that we had a Twitter space, and is now joining us again to deliver some of that wisdom. We also have Washingtonia, who is joining us as well, and their leader to speak in this Twitter space. And we also have Emperor Kotohito from, I believe, Rococo as their micronation, or as the place that they're from. And so we're trying to learn a little bit about their micronation, them being in Japan, and some issues that they have been dealing with other Japanese micronations that seem ideologically opposed to them. And so the language barrier has been a little bit difficult. We're trying to learn more about them, but it has kind of gone around in circles because we've been trying to deal with that language barrier. Manu says, I've been here for a while. I appreciate it. Again, I know it's a little bit tough. He said, man, I really don't like the language barrier sometimes. Absolutely. And I mean, I'm 50% or more of the blame because I don't have a background in Japanese or any other nation, any other language, excuse me, besides English. And so if I had a broader vocabulary in other languages, maybe I'd be able to host conversations like this a little bit more easily, especially internationally, which I think is super important. Right now, we're primarily gridlocked, to landlocked, I should say, to the United States, to English-speaking nations, and so it would be really nice to be able to have Spanish-speaking, French-speaking, Mandarin-speaking, Japanese-speaking, all these different languages, be able to come in and have an open and outward conversation with us, like we're trying to have tonight. But because I chose not to throughout my younger life, and I'm actively not committing enough time and effort into language development and understanding languages myself, it's really limiting, as we can see here, what we are able to do. Hopefully, in the future, if we could get some Japanese translators as well as other micronations and other macronational language translators, we could learn a little bit more about these other nations, have people come in, have these leaders able to speak about their issues to these translators, and then the translators convey what they're trying to say. it seems like Emperor Kotohito is much more well versed in English than we are in Japanese. So he's able to hear some of what we're saying and try to convey to us what he's been trying to get across. But I think we're just simply not getting it. You know, there's some things that come across, but I myself am, not able to hold an intelligent conversation easily because of that language barrier. And Tom was saying the thing that everybody's thinking. I only wish I had a better grasp of Japanese. Retro said, hello, AP. Hello, Retro Films. It's good to hear from you. Let me see. Let me see what people are saying here.
Japanese version the NATO.
Okay.
I have
So, Retro says Twitter Spaces. Yes, we are in Twitter Spaces. We're trying to talk to a Japanese micronation right now. The language barrier is just difficult. But I appreciate you guys joining in. We've been streaming for like 3 hours now. Every single minute that you guys stay in and keep those views up, the more we can combat the 11 watch time hours every single day. We need 11 new watch time hours every single day just to be able to get to 4,000 watch time hours. So you guys helping us to get 17, 18, closer to 20 watch time hours. We would need 22 watch time hours to have 2 days worth of content. So you guys are helping us out significantly. He says, "Did you send a link? Let me send a link. Actually, I can do that.
yes.
Copy link.
Micronation the reality.
Boop. There's the link to the Twitter Spaces. Got you, Retro. Thank you for joining, though. And if you don't mind, please hang out in the video as well. It really helps us out a lot.
My
The more that you stay in, it helps out significantly. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're hanging out. We've been trying to give other nations an ability to speak and to represent themselves. Although I do want to be able to talk to you all as directly as possible during some of this, and so that can cause a conflict. So I definitely don't mean to be rude to our other speakers.
When I started Washingtonia, I literally asked all my neighbors if hey, could this whole street be like Washingtonia? They all just unsure.
Yeah, and so we're trying our best to give as much, airtime and space to other nations.
Washingtonia. I have a Wakoku Emperor Kotohito. Kinjo Emperor. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have a Biro and Mizuho. So Union. Like on the Russia. And like on the Belarus.
Hey, Whitish is joining us. It's good to see you. Let's see. As well, if you guys don't know, Whitish is our newest citizen. Just officially became a citizen yesterday.
Micronations. So Union.
Real quick, I am going to go ahead and mute the... right now we have 5 people, including myself, in our Twitter space, which is nice, again, to just be able to have more people joining our Twitter space and talking to us. Again, though, the more that people can hang out in the live stream, it does help us with our watch time. So if you guys are able to stay in the live stream, it does help us a lot. But I understand trying to speak and trying to do that, many times you're on one or the other. So for those people who want to be in the Twitter space, I understand jumping there. But we've talked about a lot tonight. We've gone from everything from the struggles that we're dealing with macronational politics and seeing all of these different issues that are coming up with climate change, with other countries and wars and famines and scarcity, resource scarcity, dealing with there's more people. We're about to have 6 people, including myself, in the chat joining in. Let's see if we can get Arkadelphia in as well. That's awesome. Okay, so now we have 6 people, including myself, in the Twitter space. Again, if you guys are able to join both the Twitter space and our live stream, it does help a lot. But I'm going to see what everybody's talking about in the Twitter space.
Okay.
We're going to see.
I am
Right now I'm muted, so they can't hear me. But
Okay. The part where a huge amount of land was wanted in return for a part of the
it's difficult as well. I think I was talking about this a second ago because of the language barrier. But yeah, we have been actively trying to allow more people a space to come and speak and to talk. So I definitely did not want to deny that opportunity to someone joining us just because there is that language barrier. Although, with no disrespect to them, I have been muting, or any of our other speakers, I've been muting the Twitter space just so I can talk to you all more directly. Try and keep engagement here in the live stream as well.
The trade-off of land was something that the Kingdom of the West could not legally sign on to. It would violate our own constitution.
Yes, yes. So union, no slavery. This is Japanese terrorist.
The Kingdom of the West does not support
I am
terrorism.
so union.
And I think the Emperor Kurohito is just trying to get across to us, you know, his position in what we've been talking about. But again, it has been quite difficult because of that language barrier. What we're doing tonight is hang out, trying to spend time, trying to, you know, of course, elevate our views as much as possible, get as many people here in the live stream as possible to spend time with us and to help us to get our watch time hours up. Again, every day we're fighting. Right now we're just a little bit over 3,300 watch time hours. So the closer that we can get to, you know, 3,500. Right now we're just a little bit over 33. Once we get at 34, we'll be pushing well on our way to 35 and then closer and closer. But we have to keep pushing on because, like I said, we need 11 watch time hours, 11 new watch time hours every single day, not counting the watch time hours that are going, you know, beyond the year mark. They get cut off every single day from previous live streams and things that we do that no longer count. So it has to be within the 365-day period that we're in, which shifts every single day. So from today to a year ago today, we have to have 4,000 watch time hours. And so every day, depending on what that last year's day before was, yesterday last year effectively gets cut off and all its watch time hours removed from that count toward 4,000. So we're every day losing watch time hours as we're trying to gain more. So we always have to be increasing in the amount of watch time hours that we get in order to hit that 4,000. And that's tough for us. It's something we're actively trying to grow in and to develop in as quickly as possible. But it is tough, especially when we're trying to do so many things for the community. So you guys just being here, hanging out and talking with us does mean the world. And it really helps us to get as much content as we can out there, have as much representation for other micronations like we're trying to do right now, and also allows us to eventually make some money doing this. It's not very much at all, but I mean, legitimately, like, you know, $100 every few months or whatever is a huge amount to us. It would make a difference in purchasing equipment that we really need, and being able to just continue to do this and continue to, you know, pay bills and maintain things necessary to keep the Aeternian YouTube channel up and running. So far for the last 3 years, we've been doing just all ourselves. So it's a lot to go for. It's a lot to continue to push for. But you all being here and supporting us is what keeps us going in that. And I know that's something that's a pretty general statement from YouTubers. You know, it's viewers like you that help out, but it really is. And this is something that now more than ever, especially as we push toward the development. Hey, 18 likes. Thank you guys. I appreciate the likes. If you haven't liked, it does help. It helps to spread the stream out and get more people in, hanging out with us. But the more we can... Ooh, there's like 3 people talking at once. Let me see what they're talking about. Oh, they're...
I have a Japanese sandwich Arcadia sugar.
So, I was just going to say, I think a lot of our push right now being in developing Vitae, which is our newest territory, in developing the biggest parts of our power grid, of our off-grid electrical energy storage and stuff like that. All of that goes toward helping us achieve our goals. And so having some Morgan Mint said, sorry for leaving the space, lag started to take over. That's alright, I completely understand. It's difficult, and I appreciate you being here in the stream for the watch time hours. You know, it really does help us out a lot to have you hanging out and spending time with us. Literally just sitting here on the stream in the comments, having your little number right there. Right now we're sitting at 3 people. The more that number ticks up, that's a multiplier effect for that time that we've been going at. Right now we've been going for 3 hours, 10 minutes, 58 seconds. So that number now is multiplied by 3 for the amount of watch time hours that we have as every second ticks up. So we're getting 1 second, we're really getting 3 seconds of watch time hours that are applied. So again, trying to hit 4,000 watch time hours per year it doesn't sound like it's difficult, but for us it's monumental, especially dealing with the relatively small community that we have. You know, we don't get 40 people in a stream. We don't get, thousands of views on our videos. So your support means the world. I want you to know that. In continuation with that, though, we're also working with other stuff. Again, trying to do things on the land, and actually trying to put out a video for you guys right now based on our land developments. Currently, one of the biggest things with that is I don't mean to give away too much, but we are dealing with some animations that we're doing for our first video on Vitae, our newest territory. And so as we continue to develop that, we are, of course, going to have to spend a lot of time and resources just working on those animations. So one of the things that we have to do in that is animating each individual part of our of the video, and we're not animating every single minute of it, but there are going to be certain sections that are animated, so doing those animations takes hours and hours of work. If you haven't seen our how to micronation the basics video, that video is pretty much 100% animated. It took months of effort to do, even though it's not that crazy in animation. It's such a long time to be able to work on and develop and get to the point that it was. And it's our best work to date, I think. And it's gotten really well received. It's one of our most popular videos by far. So we want to invest in that. We want to be able to put the time and effort in to make those types of videos for you guys. And so, money just helps with that. It just makes everything easier. So you guys being here is the world, for sure. And it's our future. It really is. Let me see.
We'll have our own currency pretty soon.
Ooh, let me...
I don't know if other micronations have done this. Maybe they have. I'm not sure. Yeah. But does your micronation have a currency, Kodo? like money.
Um, I don't know if everybody knows stuff about Eternia, but I'm gonna plug us real fast. We have our own currency. It's something that is not available to be openly transacted because of the laws in the United States around developing your own currency. But we do sell the Imperial Note, which is available on our Etsy. It is what we use as our currency, as far as what we claim as our currency. Again, it's just not something that can be transacted for. If you purchase some with U.S. currency, we cannot at this current time give you it back in U.S. currency. But it's a way to support us. It's helped us to raise funds for our land purchase, for example. We also promote it as a way to show support through our aristocrat board, where we show, the wealthiest Eternians through and people who have supported Eternia from other micronations through our aristocrat board on our website. So that's been a great way to kind of build community support. And the plan is we have to buy a money transmitter's license in the United States and through the state of Alabama, where we are. Once we can get that money transmitter's license, we will then be able to transact that for as a more official currency, as a means of value exchange. And we can then present that to local businesses as well for that opportunity.
和国リアルカントリーミクロネーションジャパニーズリアルカントリー
But yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the place that we're at right now. Again, trying to continually push every single day, every single moment that we can to try to grow what we're doing. Again, there's a lot that we have left to do, but we are making strides. I think here in just a minute, because we're not getting a ton of views at the moment, and because we have to get up early in the morning to continue to do stuff for Vitae and for Eternia, we are probably going to go ahead and head out. But I do appreciate everybody watching tonight. We've been going for 3 hours, 16 minutes, 43 seconds right now. Even just having 2 people in the live stream, it does help. And I appreciate us having this platform to be able to offer people like those in our Twitter space right now the opportunity to talk. Again, I've been muting them, which I feel a little bit guilty about, but I wanted to do that so that we could keep some audience retention here and get back and forth in the stream, make sure that people who do decide to stay in the stream have good feedback. So I do hope that helps, though. I hope that opening the Twitter space allowed for more people to feel that they can participate and talk to other countries, even just on the space itself, that may not have done so otherwise, that may not have been able to participate otherwise. So I definitely appreciate that, and I'm excited for the future in continuing to develop our opportunities through Twitter Spaces, in continuing to find ways to improve these streams and future videos that we do as well. Again, investing in that is the hardest thing. What do you spend time on versus the other? What ends up being the largest payoff? And trying to learn about that and trying to develop that for ourselves is really what the point is. We don't want to be focusing too much on money or too much on just trying to sell a brand without actually developing the culture and the institutions and the purpose behind it. So a lot of what we're doing is behind the scenes as well. A lot of it is things that are never really going to make us money, but they are things that are crucial to who we are as a people and allow us to then come to you all and say, hey, meanwhile, while all of these other streams have been going on, while all of this development's been going on that we have been showing you, here's new advancements in Eternia that we hadn't gotten to show you yet. And so just know that every single day we are working on this. You can ask Tiffany as well. There is not a day that unless I am just Unless we've specifically scheduled it as a day for me not to do stuff with Eternia, I am doing stuff with Eternia, and even then, a lot of the time I'm like checking my phone and trying to keep up with the Discord and stuff. So I'm here. I'm really committed to developing and building Eternia, and I'm lucky to have you all supporting us, even just in that small way of just watching these streams. If you miss a stream, it means a lot for people to go back and rewatch the streams because that does help with our watch time hours. Even old streams, if you go back and watch them, those new watch time hours that you're building for them do count. It's just about maintaining those 10, 11 watch time hours every day. If we had 20 people who watched this channel every day for 30 minutes, we would have more than enough watch time hours. So that means a lot. We are on our way, and it's just taking some time, but it's this constant grind. It's this thing of not just wanting to build these short videos that kind of pop off and get views, help us get watch time that way. We're trying to build this infrastructure that literally helps to grow our community. That is something that can become a staple. That even as we continue to develop and pursue these things, that it actually in real time helps these other nations to develop as well. We are trying to be a hub for this community, and that's a hard thing to do. It's something that we commit to every day. It's something that we're trying to find new avenues of doing. But at the end of the day, the biggest thing that we can get in order to boost that for ourselves at this point, having our land now, having all of these other things, is that 4,000 watch time hours. We actually thought we would have 4,000 watch time hours significantly before we purchased our land, and now it's the other way around. So having those 4,000 watch time hours, having you guys hang out here in the chat with us, talking to us, participating, watching some of our old videos, doing everything you can on your end to boost our watch time hours to, again, like 11 new watch time hours a day, that makes it to where we can get money. And we only need it once. We don't have to keep that forever. We literally just need to hit 4,000 watch time hours per year one time to be able to apply for monetization status for YouTube partner. And then once we become that and we get approved, all the ads that are already run on our videos, regardless of us being YouTube partners, some of that money starts to go to us, whereas before none of it did. So then in these live streams, you would have an ad that comes up, every 30 minutes or hour or whatever. But each time somebody's watching one of those ads, it would give us a few cents. So maybe a cent per view or half a cent per view or something like that. But it goes a long way toward every week, every month, every year, slowly building up the amount of money that we can put toward Eternia, to Vitae, and to the people who are going to ultimately live here and have to be supported by that. We're trying to build businesses. We're trying to build a community. We're trying to build a home for people, all while fighting climate change and trying to, save people from the economic hardships that I've dealt with personally, and that I think a lot of people have struggled with. And so I definitely sympathize with I know I've kind of separated it now almost, where we have currently the Twitter Spaces conversation going on, and I've muted that currently, and I'm actively talking to you all in the live chat. And I think the reason for that is just so that I can express this and to let you all know what we're trying to do, and to make sure that we keep people in the live stream engaged and comfortable, because that you guys are the ones helping us actively right now to get those watch time hours. Fuego says, Fuego, that's funny. Says, where are you located? That's a great question. So we are in Alabama. We're in the United States and Alabama. I appreciate you asking about that. And, as we continue to grow, we hope to have more and more events that can actually invite people to where we are, to not only live and work and develop as Eternians, but also for other micronations to see us and to participate in events and to be able to sell their own items and to be able to benefit from all of the things that we have been up to as of late. the start of something much bigger, and it's something that allows us the opportunity to really, really promote what it is that micronations can do. At the end of the day, we're doing it for selfish reasons. We are trying to grow Eternia. We're trying to make money for our family. We're trying to, create as many benefits to the progress of our industries as possible. One of which being this media industry in trying to profit and monetize from our YouTube channel. But that profit and monetization of our YouTube channel will go into developing our other industries as well. We'll go into our metal refining industry. We'll go into our automation industry. We'll go into our um, renewable energy industries and power generation and storage energy industries, all of which are big facets of, ultimately the technological goals of Eternia. But those things give us a little bit more income, another income stream here, another income stream here, another income stream here, which we can slowly build to eventually support that community and to start to have people as our YouTube channel grows to the point that we want it to be able to say, hey, now we have jobs for these people. Now it's not just our country doing a little bit here and there and hoping that everybody can make it. But we can have people who are running the channel for us and continuing to help out while I make videos and can focus on, edited videos and stuff like that, or can focus on adding my piece to other people's videos. We can have people who are living on our land and paid to run these live streams, run the community for us, help us to continue to grow and develop, and to actually continue to keep you updated with the progresses that we have in our local developments as well. So it all feeds into each other, and you guys being here, you guys supporting the stream, you guys doing what you can to help make this a little bit of a boost for us, just sitting here and spending time. It's humbling how much it helps us. It really is. It shows me how much the value of one individual person's time and attention can be in a monetary sense. YouTube values you. YouTube values you to such a high extent because they need your eyes glued to that screen. They need your watch time. And so even though YouTube itself may not be evoking a ton of change, the creators on YouTube can evoke a ton of change, and they can be a catalyst to make a big difference. Don't shortchange that. Don't undervalue how much your screen time and your attention actually gives to the right or wrong causes. Again, we are trying to make change for our local community, and so the more of your time that you give us by watching our videos, by spending time in the comments like this, by rewatching old videos, by sharing stuff, especially by showing other people this and getting their eyes on it, even just for 5 minutes, it adds up really quickly. And eventually that gets enough time together to be able to prove to YouTube, hey, they're valuable. If we partner with them, they're going to make us some money. And so they will, and so that they will start to direct more funds our way, start to direct more traffic our way, because once you become a YouTube partner, obviously they're trying to make more money and promote your channel to brands and advertisers, so they want to have you more viewers, so they're going to start driving views your way. And it's crazy how that works. It might be a little bit messed up how that works. Not necessarily going after the best or most valuable content, but doing that by the number of clicks and the number of views. But I do think they go hand in hand, and I think we can make that change, and we can support smaller creators and smaller communities that are trying to make a difference for themselves by literally watching it 100% for free, just by spending your time on this platform. Right now, as each second ticks up, we have 4 viewers, so that's a 4 times multiplier. Every second that we're on stream, we're getting 4 seconds of watch time. And that means that, if we did a 4-hour stream, we would have 16 hours of watch time built up just from having a minimum of 4 viewers. We've had some spike ups to where we'll have 6 viewers, 10 viewers, 11 viewers. I think at the peak of this stream we had for maybe a second or two like 11 viewers. but that does help. It is an incredible multiplier effect, and can really help to grow what it is that we're doing here on this platform, and help us to make money on it. So I keep kind of spinning my wheels on that and continuing to talk about it in a circle, just to emphasize how important that is, and how lucky I am to have all of you here. That being the case, continuing to talk about micronations, I feel like it's important that we stand together in that. You know, not just here, not just on the Eternia channel, but in every way that we can. Going out into our lives, talking to people about micronationalism, you know, showing that that is an integral part of who we are and the way that we see the world, means that we are helping to be a catalyst for change, a sounding board, you know, a jumping off point for people to start to learn about this and to drive more attention to it and to make it known that there are communities out here of people trying to make a difference. And the more that we get that into the mainstream, the more that we have people talking about that, eventually it continues to catch on. Eventually, people start to, you know, have larger and larger opportunities develop just because they are working as a micronation, just because they are, just because they have that name, that title of micronation as a part of what they're doing. And of course, that'll create a lot of bandwagoning. You know, that's going to create a ton of people who are just jumping on and saying, oh, I'm a micronation because they want to make money. But ultimately, what that becomes for our community is still opportunity. We still will have a larger platform. We still will have a larger audience for those of us who want to make sincere change. And so again, your eyeballs glued to the screen means, or even just your computer having the tab open with you doing other things, it helps us an incredible deal. And it makes it to where we have the opportunity to invest in and support other projects and other communities that need our help just the same as we need yours. So this is small, but it is something that gives us a big chance to do something that I think very few, if any other people, get the chance to do.
Man, I was like,
I'm jumping
me
back
and
into
my friend
space.
got like monsters. We drank them. We were like running, like sprinting through that airsoft field. And me and him are big dudes. I'm sure it was a sight to see. So what's been going on since I've been gone?
Nothing much. Wakoku, no, Koto left.
Alright.
Yes. And so there was something that I will say this. I'm gonna preface with something. I'm probably not gonna stay on too much longer for you guys in the Twitter space, just because Tiffany and I have to get up in the morning and do some stuff for Vitae, for our newest territory. But real quick, I did want to pose the question to everybody for the people on the stream to learn more about your countries. I asked a little bit about what everybody's doing for with respect to climate change. How does everybody feel, you know, having gone through the pandemic, having gone through, you know, seeing this war that's occurring in Ukraine, dealing with, you know, maybe the economic situations in your area? You know, are these things worrying? Are these things indicators that we need to have more immediate action? What's your takeaway on the current situation of the world, I guess?
Who wants to go first?
I'll go last.
Okay. I'll go third, I guess.
Okay, I'll go first. Everything's bad right now. The economy, or at least the U.S. economy, is terrible right now. Gas is way too expensive to drive to work, but I guess it depends on what state you live in. Food is more expensive, which sucks. it's too hot to live in Florida. Like, you can walk outside and like stand out there for maybe like 15 minutes, and then it's like, I gotta get out of here. And yeah, nothing good. Nothing good so far.
By the way, everybody, that's our newest citizen, Whitish. That's his screen
Empire
name.
of Aeternia. I don't know if you have a thing on it, but you can go next.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and let Andre in. There's somebody else who's trying to join. I'll invite him to speak as well. Glad to have him in the Twitter space. So for
Yeah,
me,
sorry about late.
oh, that's all right. Thank you very much, Whitish. Again, if you guys don't know, Whitish is our newest citizen. Just became a citizen as of yesterday, and so I definitely appreciate you for being here and just for helping out with watch time hours on the stream and stuff. It means a ton. Um, for me, things are quite concerning. I've talked about it, for quite a while on the stream, but one thing that I didn't get to mention, which I feel like is really important to bring up, I was seeing this the other day online, and I haven't done enough research to kind of fact check it, but if true, it sounds like an interesting statistic. Um, People were talking about how in the Great Depression, the cost for affording a house versus somebody's like average, like the mean income for people in the United States during the Great Depression was around like 14 or 16%. So, it would, it, I suppose that's to mean that if you were to save up, um, uh, essentially your income would be 14 to 16% of what it would require for a year of what it would require to buy a house. So after, uh, 4 or 5 years of saving, really probably more like 10 if you're fractioning out your income, but over a decade or so of your life, you should be able to reasonably save up enough to purchase a house, especially being able to get like a mortgage and, working that way. Um, Now it is, if these statistics are correct, around 22%. And we aren't, I don't think, officially considered in a recession even yet. So that's, I think, quite alarming. A lot of people my age, I'm not sure of everybody's age in here. I know, Tom, you're a little bit older than me, but I know a lot of people my age are very concerned that they're going to, go through their 20s, 30s, 40s, and really never be in a position to afford land or their own home, and are afraid of the rising cost of rent. So, um, for us, I think we're certainly fortunate to have been able to be in the position we are, and to luck out and purchase a fairly cheap piece of land. But that's really scary. The concept that most people just may be at a statistical disadvantage to ever purchase any kind of property or a home that isn't technically owned by someone else.
I just say I give choice words for the current state of affairs of the U.S. government, or at least the management of the economy. But I think I'd rather keep
Hey,
that to
Angelica,
myself.
it's good to see you.
I
Thank
don't
you
want
for
to get
being
too
here and checking
political.
out the watch time.
Yeah, yeah, I really think we are like in a very big hole right now of where we are because like
This is Washington,
dude,
by the way.
there's no baby powder for like babies, so moms really have to share milk, and it's just the world we live in now, and like I don't think it's good. Like something needs to be done about it, but nothing's gonna be done about it because they just don't know how to work with each other.
Thomas, did you have anything you wanted to add there? Oh. Hey, Tom. I see Tom's unmuted. I hope everything's okay. Tom, can you hear us? I'm a little bit worried about Tom.
Left those free ones, but still yet, it's better than nothing.
Hey, Tom. I'm sorry. I think you just joined in. I could just hear the tail end of what you were saying there. It might just be me. It might just be my internet. Dang, I'm trying to figure this out. But I do appreciate everybody being here and watching the stream. Let me see. He's talking now. I'm not sure. It might straight up just be me. I'm trying to figure it out. I have my volume turned all the way up. I can't for the life of me hear Tom. Like, I see his thing is moving now, but I straight up cannot hear anything. Hey Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if anyone else can hear me. I'm trying to figure out if people can hear me. Can anyone hear me right now? I guess not. I don't think they can hear me. I wish there was a way to shoot them a message there. Oh, oh, I hope I didn't end the... Damn, I think I did. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that was not my intention. Oh goodness. I think that's exactly what happened. Okay, everybody, that sucks. I accidentally ended the space. Let me make a post real quick to apologize to everybody that I just straight up ended the space. I just want to send out this chat message real quick because I ended it prematurely. Oh, nice little Moondust. Tiffany and Moondust are holding hands because they're cuties, if you can see them in the background. Washingtonia said, bye guys. Also, thanks AP for hosting this, highly appreciated. Of course, absolutely. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on stream. I'm sorry I just accidentally cut the thing off. I need to like at everyone. Micronationalists. Sure to join to everyone who was a part of it. Thank you. I am sorry. I believe I accident it prematurely at Um, Washingtonia at I'm trying to find the Thomas that I have spoken to in the past. Oh wow. Yeah. What is shark? Yeah. Okay, cool deal. And I will just personally message back. I will just personally message back Tom because I couldn't figure out his Twitter handle. What is it? Thomas Harris. Yes, technical difficulties. Let me message him. Okay. Hey, and we have 4 people still in here. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. This has been a late stream. We've been streaming almost 4 hours now, and I am grateful for every single person here. I think I'm going to go ahead and start winding it down, start shutting everything down for the night. But, again, this is huge. You guys have been boosting up this stream every single second that you have been sitting here. Even right now, we're about to hit another minute, and that's a minute multiplied by 4. That you guys are helping us to grow this channel, and honestly, on a personal note, relieving a lot of stress for me because every time I check, like I said, I check our watch time every single day. Uh, every single day I check our monetization stats. I check our watch time hours, and your support here, your just spending time in these streams, makes it to where that's one less hour that I'm freaking out trying to figure out. Oh, okay, no, we just lost 12 hours of watch time. How are we going to make that up and grow beyond it to continue to push forward for the next day and the next day and the next day, especially because personal life stuff gets in the way. Doing other things for the micronation that just for some purposes aren't feasible to put on YouTube, or for some purposes we just don't have enough people to actively manage a live stream while we're doing other stuff. Um, you guys boosting this and signal boosting this really helps a lot. So again, please make sure to share this with anybody and everybody that you think would spend time, even if you think they wouldn't, plug it anyway, throw it out there at them. I do my best to do that every single day. You know, I talk to friends and family about this. I try my best to make sure that as a community, I represent, I think, what is the best of us, and I hope that I can continue to be a platform for that, and that this nation can help to be a better symbol of what it is to be a good micronationalist. Again, I feel really lucky to have you all as a part of this community, and as a part of um, what we do every day. I keep you guys in mind when I do work on things, and I try and update as much as possible, even though I'm far behind in what I should. I think it's just a manpower issue, which ultimately goes back to a money issue, a financing issue. So we're pushing forward every day. Eventually, we're going to get it. But for right now, that 4,000 watch time hours means that then after this, it's not just that you guys are helping us to get toward monetization, but then every second that you watch turns into a literal amount of money in our pocket. You know, it correlates directly to some financing of our economy, some baseline support that we know we'll have, regardless of if we make sales that month, regardless of, you know, how well different things are doing, and that allows us to start hiring people. That allows us to start making calculations for investments and how much we can spend on different things. So, once again, I'm lucky to have everybody. I appreciate you all being here, and just this community has been just about everything that I could hope for. It's not so much in any one individual thing. Of course, being on the YouTube, I'm running this YouTube channel. I'm biased because I feel like YouTube is one of our coolest communities, one of the coolest sections of our community, just because it allows for so much creativity. But I see it everywhere. I see all different I see all different kinds of unique, interesting characters. So I hope to learn more about them, just like we tried to learn tonight about Emperor Kotohito and his nation in Japan. I hope that we can continue to spread that out. That's one of our next biggest hurdles, you know, that's just going to be something that I have to try and figure out, I'm sure later down the line, but how we can extend more internationally, and how the Empire of Aeternia specifically can go out of its way to connect internationally with other micronations, those that may not speak the same language as us, those that may not share the same culture, same values as us, because it's important that just like us fighting for the ideals and the purposes that we feel are so important, I know that they have their own, and that many of them are honestly probably the same, that we have common ground on. So I think hearing other people's perspectives is super important, and I want to be able to open that up on our end. But again, language barrier is a huge thing, financing is a huge thing, and the size of our community is what makes that a catch-22. The more support we get from our community, the more we can invest financially in growing the community, but it's that kind of cyclical feedback loop that it ties everything together and makes it more difficult. Again, we have 4 viewers right now. I'm really lucky to have you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm gonna wait until that number hits 4 hours. We got 7 more minutes, just because once I can have hit, we know we should have a baseline of around 16 hours watch time, which means that at least for today, we will have hit our goal of over 10 watch time hours, over 11 watch time hours, I should say. And so we know we'll be on track at very least for having the continual growth of our YouTube channel, making sure that we have more and more in terms of what we can do for pushing toward monetization. This is a difficult task, and this is something that I think most micronations, especially now that the requirements are so high, um, will struggle to get. But until more micronations hit monetization on YouTube, until more micronations are able to start making money from social media, it's always going to be a long uphill battle. So we have to get some of us on board so that we can then bring other people on. That's what I hope to do once we're monetized, is to actually be able to create a platform where we can advertise other micronations. One of the things that I talked about the other night that I'm still trying to plug, I'm still trying to figure out hosts for it actually, and other guest panel judges. So if you know anybody from other well-known micronations, please hit them up. I really want to get people in as judges for like a Shark Tank for micronations, where we are showing off and talking about micronational ideas, different essential pitches for micronations, and learning about how well they could be implemented. So I'm excited about it. I hope that at the end of the day we can get some good advice out of that, that we can learn about what new upcoming ideas in the micronational community are, and that we can advertise and promote some people's micronations who otherwise may not have necessarily as big a platform to do so. I know one of the biggest issues growing in the micronational community, especially for us, is just the concept that it's very saturated. There are a lot of people who want to be the leaders of micronations, but not very many people who want to support micronations. And a lot of the time, the people who do support micronations and don't become the leaders of them only support the ones that are, the most visible in the community, and the ones that are the most active in the community. And so that's hard to do when you have very little support, to be active all the time, to push all the time. It gets draining, even for, people who are working at it and who are growing their audience. So for us, that allows us the opportunity to create that platform for those people, and that's what we're pushing for. So soon, micronational Shark Tank. Like I said, if you guys know anybody, or if you have any ideas for people that you think we should reach out to become guests in that, hosts in that, please definitely let me know, because we want to reach out. We want to get those people involved. Somebody a while back said they knew the leader of the Aeternian Empire, which I thought was really cool. I hope they're going to Microcon this year, because I would love to meet him. But in general, again, anybody that you can think of, or that that you can reach out to be a host of our micronational Shark Tank, I would really appreciate it. And then, of course, we are going to have as many people as we can line up to be pitching their ideas for this Shark Tank. We will go through and do that. So once again, I really appreciate it, and I feel lucky to have you all actively participating and helping out in trying to develop these larger projects for our community. Retro said, what happened to, that's Vincent, our citizen, saying, what happened to the Twitter space? We were experiencing some technical difficulties. I couldn't hear anything in the Twitter space. I had my volume turned all the way up. I could not hear anything. And so I tried to fix that by messing with some settings. I ended up accidentally clicking out of the Twitter space and ending it. So I'm sorry, it kicked everybody off at once. I believe it kicked off in the middle of Tom talking, which was super rude. So I'm sorry. I apologize directly to Tom. I sent him a private message. But I just, I didn't know. Ryan says, I activated Raigeki and destroyed the Twitter space. He did. He actually unveiled his trap card, which was exit, Control Alt Delete Twitter space. So he straight up did it. Ryan is the destroyer of all spaces, time immemorial. And if you want to blame anybody, blame him. No, not at all. It was me. I accidentally clicked out of it, and I apologize. But we are going to be back. Once again, I want to try and hit that micronational Shark Tank idea on the head. I know there's going to be a good way to do it. It's just a matter of time. We just got to figure out the right people to get together. I'm hoping to do it at some point in June. I don't want to I don't want to hype it up too much and then like have to push back the deadline super hard. But Manu's quoting Oppenheimer, I have become death, destroyer of Twitter spaces. I love it. Retro says, yeah, poor Tom. Agreed. I sent him a private message apologizing about that. But next time, not next stream, but down the road, eventually Shark Tank. So get your micronations ready to gear up for that, and let us know what you want to see from hosts, from guests, from judges. Let us know what you think of this platform and the way that we set stuff up. Again, we're trying to get more community growth ideas together. We're trying to get more large scale like planned events together, so that way we can have like big amounts of people in the live stream at once. Just let us know. Just let us know what you think our best way to go about that is. Once again, thank you guys so much. Hold up. Retro says AP is wearing the Emperor fit today. Quite fancy, I must say. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vincent, it means a lot. And I am excited to have you as part of our nation. One of the things we've been trying to develop, we've been working on our outfits for MicroCon, and in general, I think that's going to influence some of kind of the general cultural vibe and designs for Eternia. So as we continue on, I hope there's stuff that we can implement into our everyday wear. Nothing crazy, but stuff that, if somebody asked about it, lets them know that we're Eternians, and is something that doesn't become too distracting or too wild that you feel uncomfortable wearing it in public, but something that allows us to kind of connect to our culture and our heritage here in Eternia. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate all of your support. Vincent, thank you again. Welcome to our empire. As a part of your empire now, I am grateful to have you here, and I hope to be able to one day, fairly soon, be able to show you the land that is Vitae, the future home of our first residents. So we're well on our way. We're developing, again, all of our stuff with renewable energy, dealing with all of our stuff with, of course, these streams and trying to hit watch time so that we can get monetization. I have a birthday coming up. I don't mean to brag, but I'm probably not going to be streaming during that day, but I will have an event planned. I'll probably post some pictures and stuff of what we do then. And yeah, I'm lucky to have you guys here, and I'm excited for the future. Until next time, Eternia forever. Tiff, you have anything you want to say? Tiff shook her head. No, she's watching her phone. She's tired. Munda, do you have anything you want to say? He just barely flickered his ear. He doesn't even care. We have 6 viewers now that Moondust jumped in the chat. Moondust. You see him? Y'all all jumped in for him, and he doesn't even care about it. Look at this guy. He doesn't even care about your views. Y'all should shame this man. Beat him. I know everybody jumped in for this cute cat. You can't deny it. They're tuckered out. They're going to bed, and it seems like so am I. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Once again, Eternia forever, and I will see you all in the next one. Have a good night, everybody. Peace.